I think we have all committee members in attendance. I don't have anybody on health and welfare agenda, so I don't need to go first, but I would offer that up to either Commissioner Hill or Commissioner Grindstaff. I think you all have folks that are tuning in.
I would offer that up to Commissioner Hill, since Mr. Cook is already on the screen there. That way we can get that underway, and if he decides he wants to cut out, then he can cut out at any time.
Thank you, Commissioner Grindstaff. I'll take it. Welcome to the March 2nd Law Enforcement Committee. At this time, we'll open the meeting by calling the roll, if Ms. Quinn can.
Randall Jenkins.
Here.
Mike Hill.
Here.
Robert Acuff.
Here.
Brad Johnson.
Here.
Thomas Prophet.
Here.
Ginger Holdren.
Here.
Daniel McInturf.
Here.
Isaiah Grindstaff.
Here.
Okay, quorum is present. I would like to go to item 2 if you're following along on your agendas. But first, I would like to amend the agenda to add approval of the agenda as item 2 and then move everything down the slate. So I'll open the floor for a motion to approve the agenda as amended.
So moved. Acuff first.
Second, Isaiah Grindstaff.
Motion, Dr. Acuff, second, Commissioner Grindstaff. Any discussion? Additions, deletions? Hearing none, we'll call the roll.
Randall Jenkins.
Yes.
Mike Hill.
Yes.
Robert Acuff.
Yes.
Brad Johnson.
Yes.
Thomas Prophet.
Yes.
Ginger Holdren.
Yes.
Daniel McInturf.
Yes.
Isaiah Grindstaff.
Yes.
All right, all eyes. Thank you for that. Next item will be to approve the minutes of our previous session as found in last month's packet. Do I have a motion to approve?
Motion, Johnson, third.
Second.
Motion from Commissioner Johnson, second from Commissioner Prophet. Any discussion, additions, or deletions? And hearing none, let's call the roll.
Randall Jenkins.
Yes.
Mike Hill.
Yes.
Robert Acuff.
Yes.
Brad Johnson.
Yes.
Thomas Prophet.
Yes.
Ginger Holdren.
Yes.
Daniel McInturf.
Yes.
Isaiah Grindstaff.
Yes.
Thank you for that. Next on the agenda, I'd like to introduce guest at this time is my favorite constable, one of my favorite constables, Constable Miles Cook. If you recall, we passed a resolution recognizing the significance of his program up at TCAT, and he comes to us tonight asking for some assistance with an issue he's dealing with regarding post-certification. So with that, I think you all know him. I'll pitch to Miles and let him explain it because he'll do a much better job than I will.
Commissioner Hill. Good afternoon, everybody. I appreciate you taking the time today and listening to what I have to say. What we're seeking, we built partnerships, obviously, our program with Tennessee Corrections Institute, who certifies all deputy jailers and all jailers within the state. We built partnerships with the Tennessee Department of Correction to bring them on in different ways. We just recently signed an agreement with the American Jail Association, so our students can receive those type of national and international certification. First time any organizations like that have ever partnered with a college program. And I've got a list of notes here I'm going to kind of read from so I don't talk in circles and save you guys some time. But the long and short of it is, as a college, we plan to make an approach to the post commission. So peace officer standards and training, many of you should be familiar with that. That's the basic training certificate you need to work as a police officer in the state of Tennessee. What we have, if you can remember, is an 864-hour criminal justice program approved by Tennessee Board of Regents. And it's my absolute belief that it exhibits benefits that can create some real change in Tennessee for training, education, and job readiness for local law enforcement. The TCAT system is the state's premier avenue for teaching hands-on and technical career skills and certifications in all career fields. And law enforcement correction in this state is really no different. As we all know, it's more demanding, more training oriented, maybe than ever before. The way this program's built is a little bit different. I think the method that we use is so beneficial for students, local agencies, for the state as the whole, and for law enforcement corrections around the state can really benefit. The program as it sits now results in more basic and advanced law enforcement corrections training than any students ever received in the state, with more job ready skills, and it all comes at little to no cost for students because of various state and federal funds, and at little to no cost to jurisdictions or agencies. We pretty much double the amount of training required by post. We have about 20 more times the training than required by TCI, and quite a bit more than required by TDOC. Because of the length of the program, students can apply, like I said, and receive financial aid in various methods. In fact, I have never had a student pay a single dime out of pocket for this 8-month course. We have a very hands-on approach. In teaching, it emphasizes knowledge, action, critical thinking, using exercises both inside and outside of a classroom setting, really more of a field setting. This type of learning is kind of uniquely critical to the field. What's really interesting, and some of you commissioners might have seen it in the paper, about our shared training. So what we do is welcome local agencies, and we partnered really well with Carter County Sheriff's Department, Sullivan County, Johnson County, and some various local police departments. And we form a shared training model with those individuals. And what that means is that we can host training that benefits our students as both education, but also as post and TCI accredited courses. So they have an immense amount of job training before they ever apply for a job. And it kind of, I guess, for lack of better terms, it pays back our departments as well. So what we offer here is super low to no cost post and TCI approved training. And so the shared training model benefits students and local agencies. I'll give you just a short tip at dealing with Johnson County. So of course we're in Carter, obviously in Elizabethton, but we service Johnson County. They have about $1 million annual budget for the corrections. And I know that only about $1,000 of that can go into corrections training. And frankly, that doesn't do their county a lot of justice. And so when our students graduate, they're chomping at the bit to get our students. But it also helps the officers that are already there, and it gets them. For example, next week we're hosting a field training officer course, very low cost, lower about than anywhere in the state, and it's going to benefit my students. But we have 25 officers coming from around the state. And so that's Tennessee State Park Service. It's private prisons on the west side of Nashville, a couple from Virginia, a couple from all over the place, Greenville PD, coming from everywhere for a field training officer course. Some of the benefits of the program, it creates such a great applicant pool, something that East Tennessee, our Tennessee really as a whole, has never seen before. It creating a better, more diverse workforce, especially important in rural East Tennessee. Like I said, it creates a more well-trained professional and diverse group of applicants, extremely well qualified to begin. Because of the model and the schedule and the financial and physical accessibility, we can begin to recruit, especially in this area, what you would call underserved and diverse populations. So say, let's take a single mother, for example, who didn't have the, thousands of dollars to put herself through the police academy. Because of the schedule, they can make this work, and they can get more training than they would probably receive 6, 7, 8, 9 years on the job. And they can get it for free, usually through state and federal funds. I've got a belief that the program exemplifies the governor's office priorities for vocational education, criminal justice reform, and support to distressed and at-risk counties. Like I told you, we've been able to make successful partnerships with TDOC, TCI, and the American Jail Association. The students and officers that attend the training leave with state and national level certifications that were previously unavailable. We've had a lot of luck partnering with ETSU. We're in the middle of agreement and articulating a semester's worth of hours for our graduates if they decide to go on and attend East Tennessee State University, and we look at branching those partnerships at other colleges and universities as well. I guess to try to wrap it up and explain it for y'all, it is more training than has ever been received, hands-on. They don't get a definition of probable cause. I can tell you what I was doing with my students today at 8:30 a.m. We were out doing cell searches, and last week, they were writing arrest affidavits. Last week, they were drafting search warrants, and we had an assistant district attorney come in and review those search warrants and sign off on them. It is hands-on training that takes years to get, and I'm really excited about, truthfully excited about it. And I think it could change not only law enforcement here, I think it could go across the state. The American Jail Association has a real national outlook on it. And so I think this thing could pick up a lot of steam. The reason I'm asking for some support is we are going to make approach to the Post Commission. And I realize law enforcement training has never been done this way. It's done in your typical 8-week boot camp style. And there is, some positives from that. But I truly and honestly think TCAT Elizabethan has found a significantly better way to provide law enforcement training for those interested in getting into the career field. And beyond that, being able to train the officers that are already on the job that they otherwise couldn't go to because of budget restraints.
Thank you, Constable. So what exactly do you need? You're working with Scotty Campbell right now at the state level, and basically just a letter supporting your push to become post certifiable or something like that?
I think so. And I'm happy to send out, my talking points, for lack of better words, and why I think it's so beneficial to our local jurisdictions. And I've got support from the local sheriff's office, and I'm gathering that. And I've been in contact with 2 state representatives who would like to help me make the approach to post about changing the way we look at law enforcement training and how we can get new people involved and how we can better benefit the state vocational training and local law enforcement corrections training. But I think a letter of support for post to at least it's doing things different, right? And I want them to take a legitimate look at maybe altering the way they look at some of the training.
Miles, Brad Johnson, question. How is it now that what do you want from us as commissioners, as the county, to do for you or your training facility?
Brad, I think a letter of support.
That's all?
I think so. I don't come in asking, I'm all ears for any kind of support I can get. Any type of letter of support. And I've reached out to a few of you personally about this for advice. And so I think I want to make it clear to the organizations that I'm trying to approach. I've had a lot of luck so far. And I think as we approach post and with any organizational certification training type body, sometimes there's a resistance to change in a new idea. And I think it's certainly an idea worth supporting. You know, we can get folks from our area, from outside of our area, and totally benefit our officers, totally take away some of the budget training restraints that Carter County and Sullivan County, and especially Johnson and Unicoi County face, and really change the way that model does. And we're working great with Carter County Sheriff's Office right now, offering some classes that, Mr. Commissioner Johnson, you know, things like Fourth Amendment and search warrant drafting, things I know you're familiar with, that you may have to work 10 years before you ever get sent to a specialized class. We'll host it for free. You know, we're training down there 40 hours a week anyway. And so it does nothing but benefit my students. And when my students work day in and day out with officers on the job, they get the jobs. And that's what the college is concerned about, is getting these students placed. And it's been 100% placement so far. And so any type of support I can gather, I'm all ears.
Well, like I say, the training and everything that you all have written in your training plans, and then recognition by the CTI and TDOC speaks volumes of word in law enforcement, and you can correct me, but I believe the worst, no, let's see, let me rephrase this. The hardest job is in correction than in the other in law enforcement. Yeah, the others is dangerous, but they have their own skill set. But to maintain them on the job, it is the hardest place in the world, because even in our county, and I believe the sheriff could give a statement to that, and to the superintendent of our correction, that the majority of the longest time that our newly hired employees come is about 3 days, because they didn't know up front what they were walking in the door from.
And it's been, to speak on that, Mr. John, it's been an interesting model. And I've spoke with some law enforcement, especially corrections professionals. And you're right, people walk in and they don't know what they do. And all of my students so far have been extremely successful, because they've been hands-on for 8 months. You know, they've been inside facilities, they've done, you know, work with them. And so there's no surprises, you know, once they get there. And I think the problem that the state faces for retainment on corrections and law enforcement, something like this could make a big difference. And not to mention the budget that you spent outfitting those officers and training those officers could be saved by a program like this.
Yeah, it's unbelievable what our county alone, and then I haven't heard the figure, and maybe the sheriff has told it and I wasn't paying any attention, but it would be unbelievable of the amount of money just our county alone has put up to hire correctional officers, outsuit them, get them ready for training, and they turn around and say, oh gosh, I didn't know this involved this much in my job. I don't think I want to do that. And that's why that your program and everything else, introduce it to them, gives them a background, and trains them to that objective, to where they stay long, and they even choose careers in that. And it affects every county, every city, every law enforcement jurisdiction. So, you know, it's a win-win situation.
Yeah, it really is a win-win. You know, I can't imagine a sheriff anywhere in this state saying, okay, I've got a TCI and post-certified corrections officer coming in with, you know, 8 years of training certificates, and it didn't cost me a dime. Yeah, it's not a hard sale.
Well, times have changed. In my starting law enforcement, late 60s and 70s, there was a for-sale jail in a second floor about where the county court clerk's office is now. And on my hiring, everybody starts out as a jailer. You don't go out in the patrol cars, you don't make arrests, you don't write warrants, you're a jailer. There was one per day, one per night, and they hand you the keys and say, go forth and do great. There's no training, there's no books, there's no nothing.
We're trying to do better than that now, Brad.
Well, I reckon so. Like you've got, what, 200 and some incarcerated in this county.
All right. So with that, any further discussion or questions for Mr. Cook?
Mr. Cook, Daniel McInturf.
Yes, sir, Mr. McIntyre.
Hey, how much exactly would that save a department to come through you all rather than going through, say, Greenville to get post-certified?
So, Mr. McInturf, we've looked at it a couple different ways. So our program is considerably longer, right? And so if right now our program is focused on the person coming in off the street who wants to get this training and certification and be successful in the job. I have spoke with some departments about what that looks like if they hire on someone and want to use this model as a basic training model. And that's something we still have to discuss with the college. I think it could certainly work out. I've discussed this with some training officers about how our class goes from 7:30 in the morning till 3:30 in the evening, Monday through Thursday. And so it's about 37 hours a week. And so your Fridays, your after work Thursdays, it's a great thing about it. The students can still hold secondary jobs and things. The schedule makes more sense. If departments hired someone and sent them to us, I mean, it would save them a ton of money, but it's a longer period of time. They're going to have to be covering the basics for that person. So if they work them up and include, the idea that we had is they include their field training as they're going through their education. And then about by the time you have 3 months of field training and a few months of the academy, the timeline starts to make more sense and it really equals out if departments were interested in doing it that way. But right now we're really focused on filling a classroom full of people coming off the street and then branching out and going to the jobs. Now, in the course of a couple of years, it could save a ton of money. I wish I had a better figure for you. I couldn't tell you.
No, that's good. That answered the question. Now, my second question.
Yes,
Go ahead.
sir. I can tell you next week we're going to save Carter County probably a few $1,000s with our field training officer. And we're going to say, and that's both corrections and patrol field training. And we're going to save Johnson County about the same. By the time they pay per diem and such, this local shared training at little to no cost is a big difference when it comes down to those training dollars.
Right. Would you need a letter from every commissioner or just the committee?
I wouldn't think so. I think the committee would suffice.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Wouldn't you think it'd carry more weight also besides the committee as the full commission? I mean, for the whole total county, I'm sure there's one from the highest ranking law enforcement, but the power is in the commission.
I am open to if they'll have me speak, I will give that same spiel. And if they would like to do that, I would certainly appreciate it.
Mr. Chair, I make a motion that you go ahead with the county chairman and get a time set on the agenda for our next full commission meeting where they can make this presentation and we can get this rolling.
I would second that motion, Chairman Hill. Acuff, First District.
We have a motion from Commissioner Johnson and a second from Dr. Acuff to proceed to the full commission. Would you guys want to amend that and go ahead and have the letter of recommendation drafted in advance so it can be in the packet?
It could be that where it could be ready for the commission. Miles, have you got any examples or copy from other jurisdictions that have used such a thing?
There's not to sound braggadocious, but there's nowhere in the nation using this model right now. It's certainly not in the state.
Okay. All right. We may need to call on you between now and the next commission hearing to obtain verbiage and bullet points to where our county attorney can write that up.
Absolutely. If anyone would like a copy of my talking points, I'd be more than happy to send them out.
Mike, I'd say it would be just to the county attorney, contact of the two to where they can form that.
Okay, so then to restate or clarify, we're going to direct the county attorney to draft a letter of support to place in the commission packet and advance this to the full commission. Is that pretty accurate?
You're on line.
And do you accept that, Dr. Acuff?
Absolutely.
Spot on. Well, is there any more discussion? If not, let's up. And it looks like Mr. Harden would like to say some words.
Yeah, I'm happy to draft a letter. Of course, as you all know, the official way usually the county commission speaks is through a resolution. So I know we did a resolution before in support of the program. I'm happy to prepare it as a resolution that the full commission approves, or as a letter, either way that he thinks it would be more beneficial. But typically, the commission approves resolutions.
Well, even
Would
so,
you guys
that
accept
would
that as-
that would even be better, really, a resolution. To me, and for outsiders, it looks I'm going to say in the pecking order of the rank and file. I think it would have more weight to it than you, Mr. Harden.
Yes, sir.
Fantastic. So we'll amend to make this a resolution and send it to the county. Any further discussion?
No, I just while Miles Cooks is on the net. Miles, you may want to go ahead between now and the upcoming commission meeting to make contact with our attorney there, and you can give him some the background and some bullet points that may help him whatever he needs.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm going to let this vehicle back out for just. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Let's call the roll, shall we?
If they're over 65 years old, get out of the way. They'll take you out.
Randall Jenkins,
Yes.
Mike Hill,
Yes.
Robert Acuff,
Yes.
Brad Johnson,
Yes.
Thomas Prophet,
Yes.
Ginger Holdren,
Yes.
Daniel McInturf,
Yes.
Isaiah Grindstaff,
Yes.
All eyes. Thank you for that. And thank you, Miles Cook, for joining us tonight. And I hope this sails. I can't see that it won't. But I guess you'll have a slot at the upcoming commission meeting. I believe our chairman's on here. I'll send him a notification anyway. With that, we'll move on to public comments. Are there any from the public who would wish to speak about anything on the agenda or law enforcement related to? And then we'll move to item 5, commissioner comments. The floor is open for commissioner comment. And with that, I would love to accept a motion to adjourn.
So moved, Johnson, 3rd District.
Second, Isaiah Grindstaff.
Just here, but I believe we have a motion. I couldn't tell, and a second from Commissioner Grimes. We stand adjourned.
Dr.
I guess
Acuff and
next up,
Pardon?
Dr. Acuff, if you all don't mind, I can go ahead and do building and grounds. And we can get
Absolutely,
that out of the
sir.
way.
Go forge ahead.
All right. We'll go ahead and call the March 2nd meeting of the Building and Grounds Committee to order. The roll call stands as the previous meeting. We're doing these meetings electronically due to our COVID situation and an effort to reduce the risk to the public and ourselves. And if I can, I had sent out an updated agenda. I don't know if everybody was able to receive that, so I'm just going to briefly go over those points. Under new business, you should have project manager that the mayor wanted to speak on. Commissioner Austin James has requested to speak on a potential building project. There were some questions that had come up about the recycling center add-on. And then we have an IT request for Anthony Lawrence, networking the two buildings that we have here together for purposes of security and phones. And then our old business stands as we always have. Does anybody else have any suggestions, comments on the agenda that should be added?
Motion to accept. Mike Hill, District 2.
All right, I've got a motion by Mike Hill. Do I have a second?
Second, Acuff first.
Second by Dr. Acuff. Seeing no questions, if you will, please, Gwen, call the roll.
Randall Jenkins,
Yes.
Mike Hill,
Yes.
Robert Acuff,
Yes.
Brad Johnson,
Yes.
Thomas Prophet,
Yes.
Ginger Holdren,
yes,
Daniel McInturf,
Yes.
Isaiah Grindstaff,
Yes. All ayes. We'll go ahead and the February meeting minutes were in the last month's or this earlier month's packet that we received. Well, last month's packet that we received. If we'll go ahead and if there's any comments or concerns about those, we'll address those now. And if none, we'll go ahead and make a motion to approve those.
Motion to approve.
We've got a
I'll
motion to approve.
second.
A motion to approve by Mike Hill, a second by Randall Jenkins. No questions or concerns were brought up. Ma'am, please call the roll.
Randall Jenkins,
Yes.
Mike Hill.
Yes.
Robert Acuff,
Yes.
Brad Johnson,
Yes.
Thomas Prophet,
Yes.
Ginger Holdren,
yes,
Daniel McInturf,
Yes.
Isaiah Grindstaff.
Yes. All ayes. We'll go ahead and open the floor for public comments. If any member of the public that's currently on the meeting would like to say anything about building and grounds, either the current agenda or any other item that may have arisen. All right. Hearing nothing and seeing no hands raised, we'll go ahead and move forward to new business. Madam Mayor, you have the floor.
Thanks, Chairman. I've put this back on the agenda, the project manager discussion. It was kind of brought to my attention by the Parks and Rec Board. I'm with the Gap Creek project, the Gap Creek Park. That's kind of depending on who you're talking to is moving, not moving, or not moving quick enough. And as you've seen from the project list, we have several projects that are ongoing, which I've been controlling and oversighting, and Ron and Roy and myself, the maintenance guys, have been helping me a lot. So I guess the discussion comes in, is this still the route we want to go as far as allowing me to oversight these projects with my maintenance guys, or these bigger projects that are coming along, like projects such as the Gap Creek Park? Is it something that we need to see, that we need to discuss the position of a project manager again to oversight all of these projects? And I know Randall's on here and he may want to chime in a little bit on what's going on with the Gap Creek Park, and what the committee kind of discussed at Parks and Rec, and what we may see, or what Building and Grounds Committee may wish to do, or may wish to do nothing. It's kind of at your will.
Well, I'll second what Mayor said there. Parks and Rec, it's definitely, I don't want to say, well, we're needing some help and some oversight down there at that particular park. And, you know, I keep on thinking back to these guys and the experience that Ron has, and why we wouldn't utilize somebody in our ranks and put them into play and let them live up to their full potential for the county. So I think it's a win-win. I don't know what the rest of the board feels.
Currently, Ron, he has been doing most of the oversight and the management on many of these projects, especially with Shaw and Shanks. I don't know if many of the committee members know. I know Commissioner Johnson knows, but Ron has 17 years experience. He owned his own contractor's business, so he's very familiar with running large projects to small projects. But he's been absolutely wonderful. He's been here on Saturdays, meeting Keller Glass, Top Shop people doing the cabinet work that's been going on here in the courthouse. We've had him here. He's completely the contact for Shaw and Shanks with the Workforce Development Complex. But as you know, him and Roy are our maintenance guys, and those endeavors do take him away from the daily duties of the county buildings. But it's been working great. We're doing it and we're making it happen. But a big project like Gap Creek Park would definitely take more of his time than just these smaller ones that we can control and communicate on. So that's the situation we're in. And I don't know if you want to continue to do what we're doing, or if you want to consider an option for Ron to be the project manager and look at maybe a part-time maintenance guy to come in with Ron and Roy to be doing maybe just the lifting, pulling, and tugging, and allow Ron and Roy to teach someone a lot about our county buildings and make it 3 individuals in the department. It's an idea that's been discussed, and I'll leave it to the committee for further discussion.
Does anybody have any questions or concerns or comments? I mean, obviously we have some discussion that we need to have taken place, but does anybody have any questions or anything else on their job duties or anything that may go on that you want to ask the mayor?
And as you've looked at the list of projects that we do have going on, I mean, there's several things happening. And I have Ron constantly in with me, communicating with these individuals, getting the quotes on the roof for the election company, or election office, I'm sorry. And we are also planning on the sidewalks that the county owns through there are going to have to be redone. There's several things over at the election building that needs to be, attention needs to be brought to, other than the roof that I've looked at. There's several updates that need to happen to many of these buildings. And Ron has played a big role in that, Ron and Roy. And Ron really, he's knowledgeable on all the contacts in the area, from roofing to plumbing to electrician to anybody. He knows who to get in touch with. He's really just absolutely amazing. So we do have an asset at our hands. So. And also the Sluter property will be another project that's coming up, and Ron has been asked to go up and do the electrical and begin on that project. So it's really starting to take him away from the everyday maintenance, and I don't want to overwhelm him, getting too much on his plate with all these projects. If you look at the list, he is the go-to on many of these projects for Shaw and Shanks, for the bid on the clerk and master store, which is Shaw and Shanks again, the election office quotes, all the companies are contacting him. The only one he hasn't participated in that I head up with Reedy and Sykes is the courthouse security project, which is finishing up.
Mr. Chair, Brad Johnson.
Sir?
I'd like to say, we got to keep in mind of the type projects that we have. We have multiple for the previous 2 years since our present chair was initially the first building and grounds chair. Up to date, the building and grounds has been extremely active in getting our capital improvements, the remodeling, maintenance that should have been done and never has been done for years. And we finally have got some maintenance people that are more than worthy of their stock. There needs to be, and that would be the ideal person, to handle I'm going to say the smaller projects. We get into contracting, as an example, like the workforce development building, then I think it would be unfair to put that on the plate and the shoulder of Ron and Roy, that we can handle that in the construction documents and the construction bid and project for a project manager just solely for that project to cover our behalf. It's a grand idea, and I can say, and I think, Mr. Chair, that you agree, that takes a lot of extra time you have to spend and have to work in during your regular work hours, which is extremely hard.
Chair,
Go ahead, sir.
this is Commissioner James. I was just going to weigh in a little on that. You know, I do agree it is, as the previous chairman, it is definitely a lot to take on. There is quite a bit of projects that goes on and quite a bit of things. Of course, our larger projects like the workforce and any new building or anything of that nature will fall under the wheelhouse really of our architects. And, you know, we've got such glowing recommendations on the ones that we've got now. I don't feel that it'll be anything that's out of their wheelhouse. You know, another option that we might be able to utilize that maybe would save the county a little money if we have to. We discussed this a little bit in financial management. You know, we created a new position in the planning department for another building inspector, which will lighten the workload over there quite a bit. You know, and most of the projects that we do are inside the city and is inspected by the city planning department. So we wouldn't really overstep ourselves in it. So that may be something that you might be able to speak to Director Schuler about and add that part of the duties of the new person coming in and just let them know, you know, that's kind of expected of them, that they're just going to do a daily checklist and go through these projects and do a few phone calls and kind of keep up to date and see where they're at and help with the building process and kind of touch in with the mayor and see if you can't weigh that in with her. You know, even if we had to pay $2,500 or $3,500 more a year or something, that's still probably going to be less than us having to hire another part-time person. And it may come to the point that we might have to hire somebody in maintenance to help anyways, you know, because we have essentially cut out a lot of subs on our list for people. And, you know, we put a lot of work on top of the maintenance department. So it may come to that point that they need another person in that department at some point regardless. But this might be one way to address some of the workload and see how we can balance it out right now with a little bit moving forward. Because as you know, you've been on it plenty long enough, our projects are going to fluctuate up and down. And so what do you do with that person when we get to the point that we have filtered a lot of our projects out or we're not going to do much that year? But that's just a thought for the committee to look at. So.
On that note, there's going to be plenty to do. Actually, today we had a heat and air unit that we thought needed Freon, and Ron went and checked it, and apparently the filters in none of the units have been changed in years. So he's added to his list to change the filters in all the units and all the buildings every 3 months. So he took on that. We found that out today. I mean, there's more and more being added to these guys' list with all these buildings, and they can do it and we can do it. That's not a problem. But the projects, Ron is still being called up by Shaw and Shanks. Shaw and Shanks is using him quite a bit to help get it to do the location of the buildings, to do the walkthrough of the buildings. He's being utilized not just for maintenance. His knowledge and expertise in so many areas is just, it's impeccable. It's unbelievable, and he's being utilized for that, and he enjoys it. But I feel we're moving positive and we're doing good things. And so I don't know, the Gap Creek Park is become high priority because from my understanding, the grant that is on that park is coming to an end. And they are sending emails daily checking on the status of that park. So that's a situation that needs to be discussed on how we need to move forward. And I know Randall Charlie has wanted to put it out for RFP and have someone else come in and just handle the whole project. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. Which is, you know, what's that going to cost us?
Yeah.
So.
Handle it as far as what? Handle it as a supervisor, handle it as a general contractor?
The general contractor.
Okay. Well, if you have a grant, then you have the funds to do it. I think Director Schuler was pretty well spearheading it until the pandemic hit.
Yeah, and I've talked to Chris, and that's been the problem, the pandemic, and then getting supplies, and there's just the Park and Rec Board, there's the communication. They want to see what's going on. We're getting the emails about the grants, stuff ending. They need to see progress. It's hard to show progress when there's not been a lot of progress due to the pandemic. So we're kind of in a crunch of some kind. I really don't know how to answer or what we need to do to move forward on this.
Well, we need to go kick them to see the britches and get them in reality and say a pandemic's been on. I mean, gee whiz, how hard is that to figure out? I mean, even with the federal grants, I'm sure that there's going to be some leeway on the dates, completion dates for extension due to the pandemic, just for such cases as this.
Where is that project at, Randall, or the mayor, whoever wants to answer that one?
Well, actually, the
the
better person to answer it would be Chris, and we can't get Chris to present to the Parks and Rec Board. And that's my whole problem here, guys. I'm just going to call it like I see it. I don't want to start a fight tonight, but we have depended on him, and he has not came back to the Parks and Rec several times and reported us on anything. So, hell, I don't know where it's at. Besides driving by it every day to work.
Well, I heard it was at Gap Creek, but that was just
Well,
hearsay,
yeah,
but-
I mean, that's it. I mean, that's it. I mean, I know where it's at physically. I'm just saying the process or where it's at in its path to being finished. I don't know. I mean, we've asked for a report every month in Parks and Rec, and we're not getting it.
I do know that the bridge has been built and it is supposed to be transported to the area. And Chris was in the process of laying the footers for the bridge. That's really as current as I know. I know Chris has been working on it. I'm not sure, how fast paced he is, but the bridge is built and the footers is as much as I know as the status.
Okay.
Would he happen to be on this meeting right now? Does anybody know?
I don't see him on here, Brad.
Okay.
So we have an immediate problem of the Gap Creek Park, and then we have a longer term issue of all these projects that as we always have, all these projects that we have and the work and things that we need done around the courthouse. We've always had projects, and some of that work has transpired, but a lot of that work went untouched for many years, and now it's catching up with us. I hate to take Ron away from doing really either of those. Sounds like he's just in the conversations we've had.
We really got it down to a fine art. We're doing it's moving great. It's just is there a need for a project manager to handle anything that the architect that's bigger than using an architect, that's smaller than using an architect to maintain, because he's already pretty much doing this. I mean, honestly, he's maintenance and technically project manager for the mayor's office. He's even gone as far as, the probation building is completely empty now, and he's assessed that building for me. Ron, he has those expertise. He can assess a building and pretty much tell you the integrity of it. He's even doing those type things, looking at the buildings, the roofs. I mean, there's a lot he's doing than just maintenance, and he's really a jack of all trades. So just to brag.
Well, just ask a question on it, Chair. I mean, if wanting to move him to a project manager instead of maintenance, I mean, it sounds like he's still going to have to probably be doing these tasks anyway. So the only thing we're really flipping is a title. Is that not kind of what I'm picking up on this? Because yeah,
Austin, you're right. I mean, it could be if the committee wants, but the question next is if we move him to doing more of these tasks, we don't want to lose him doing the daily functions of what he's doing now. He's pretty full every day now.
Well, I mean, if we're needing somebody to oversight the projects, then we need somebody, in my opinion, besides him, because we need somebody that doesn't have his experience, because, essentially you're going to get somebody that's going around and checking and making sure the sidewalks are installed. I mean, the city's going to come behind and inspect all that stuff. So, everything's going to hit inspections. I mean, you need somebody that's going to help you keep it going, because I know it's a lot for you to keep on pushing day-to-day operations.
And Ron's doing that. He really is. I mean, I just can't imagine. I can't really begin to tell you what these guys have done around here. It's really amazing what they're doing. And Ron's meeting with contractors and roofing companies and floors. I mean, you name it, they're on it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I mean, and really all that falls under in the maintenance purview. So, you know, that's up to the committee. I mean, it kind of sounds like maybe they might just need another extra helper or something in their department and need to stay what they're doing. So,
It could be. I mean, it's up to the committee. The projects are moving great. Everything's moving. Everything's positive. We're maintaining them. I just brought to my attention with the Gap Creek Park, possibly a project manager and Ron being a fitting for that. So it's whatever the committee. It's at the will of the committee. What do you think?
well, I agree. I mean, I understand. I just, in my opinion, I want to step back and make sure, you know, we just caution
Are
what
you
we
out
do for the next little bit and look, because we have made several new positions in this county government in the last year, you know, which is quite a reoccurring cost. And as you, if you haven't chimed in on one of Commissioner Johnson's comments, that we haven't never cut a position before. So it's something that we're going to have to make sure we all take into consideration, because budget time is rolling around and it ain't just going to drop off, and we're not just going to be able to float it through the budget. So, you know, we all just remember that as we decide what we're going to do with this. So.
But wouldn't it stand to reason that you would want to keep him in his present position with his present title, only add to his responsibilities, which the reward is for his work? Now, you go back in your own mind. We've done this once, and it turned into a royal battle that the commission as a whole, by its majority, didn't uphold its promise now. But for him to handle the projects too and leave it up to the mayor to approach the budget committee as she sees that we need additional personnel, looking at it at a part-time basis, would be, be warranted of it. So that way, if you go in and say, well, we're going to name a project manager, then I know there's one going to come behind and say, oh God, what the project manager? Who wants to write the scope? Who wants to do all this? And then y'all burn 6 months when all you have to do is assign him. You don't have to bid nothing.
I agree with you, Brad. And you're probably, right. I think we're looking at maybe a part-time to go in with these guys. So at some point, also, while we're talking about this, I want to make the committee aware that Ron and Roy mow the workforce development complex, and there's 13 acres to mow. So that's going to be another situation that takes them away from their maintenance duties 2 days a week.
Well, and
so I don't know.
That's something you probably need to try to work on, just getting bid out and putting that on a contract and letting somebody come up there and take care of that's probably the best for that.
Well, either that or we can buy a couple pair of shorts for the mayor. I mean, my gosh almighty.
Sure, Brad. I'll do it.
Now, Brad.
I'll take on another job.
Brad, she's done told you was right once tonight. You've waited a long time to hear a woman say that, so you better not push it.
I understand. Thanks, bud.
Chairman, does anybody else from the committee want to talk on it?
Oh, excuse us.
I would, Chairman Grindstaff, if I may.
Always.
I know that I have said some of these things in previous meetings. I don't mean to sound like a broken record, but my concern is the recurring costs that we've already added this year. I tried to make a list earlier today when I saw this on the agenda, and the ones I can remember is we recently, just last week or whatever, added a dog catcher position. We've added 2 in finance, at least 1 at the landfill. I don't know for sure that the number of people at the planning department has changed, but we do have a title of electrical inspector now that we didn't have before, which is going to require a larger salary than the person previously in that department. Okay, in addition to that larger salary, we've given a raise to the second person at the EMA. We give a raise to the EMA director. Sorry for my incorrect grammar. We gave a raise to the veteran lead officer. We gave a raise to Ron already. And in addition to those recurring expenses that we've already passed, this commission as a whole has talked about an economic developer. We have talked about a grant writer. And then I think this next one is already covered, but we've talked about an archivist. So if that one's already covered, leave that one off of your thoughts right now. But I think it's going to come down to the budget committee first, and then the full commission later, prioritizing. What do we need the most? An economic development office, a grant writer, or a project manager? I certainly do not think we can add all three. So, you know, I appreciate the work that the mayor is doing. I think she's a great leader. I think things have improved so much under her leadership. I haven't met Ron and Roy except one time, but I have heard nothing but great comments about both of them since they came to work for us. I'm proud to have them. And I'll throw this in just in case we go in this direction. As a person that has been passed over in my career because they didn't feel like they could replace me as a math teacher, it hurts whenever someone who already works for you is good at their job and you pass them over to hire from the outside. So that's just my 2 cents worth from being in shoes like that in the past. But again, the most important thing I have to say is please consider the recurring costs we've already added in the fiscal year 2021 and prioritize before we make a decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Ginger.
And Mike can speak to this if he won't, but I'll just read. He reached out to Director Schutler on the Gap Creek Park, said this is the project update as of now. Says the bridge is ready to be delivered. Concrete's being poured this week and the bridge should be set next week. This all depends, of course, on weather and et cetera. Dog park fencing install tentatively scheduled for next week, and the trail will be finished up the following week, the week after that. So thank you, Commissioner Hill, for reaching out to Director Schutler while this meeting was going on.
Commissioner Hill, do you want to come to Parks and Rec and give that report? I'm just being sarcastic. It's fine.
Oh, there it goes. I couldn't get unmuted there for a moment. Can you hear me?
You're cutting kind of in and out, but yeah, we could hear you.
The connection is sketchy, which is why I discontinued my video feed. We probably should reach out to Director Schutler and invite him to these meetings. He wasn't aware that this was coming up tonight, I think. Anyway, and yeah, I could come and give an update, I suppose, Randall. Thank you.
Mike, I don't need you to. It's fine.
I know, I'm teasing too. We can get a hold of him if we need to. Is what I'm trying.
Chairman
So
Brown.
from the conversation and everything that I've heard, it basically boils down to, we've got some monetary concerns, and I agree with Ginger. Commissioner Holden rather. We've added quite a bit during this year, and that's something that we've always tried to be mindful of and should continue to be mindful of. It sounds like both Ron and Roy are doing an outstanding job. In fact, I know they are. I agree with Commissioner Holden again. It does hurt to take an individual that you deem is too valuable to replace or move up and overlook them for position. My opinion, of course, I'm not really supposed to give it as a chair, but my opinion is it does sound like, everything's kind of running really smoothly right now, that there's a lot of projects going on. I agree with something Commissioner Johnson said earlier on, that these bigger projects, and it may get to the point where some of these littler projects that we're combining, the door for the door, basically all of our Shaws and Shanks things, excluding the workforce development complex, may end up falling, we may end up having to, as those increase, may be something that we need to look at having some sort of contractor or someone oversee. I agree with Commissioner Johnson on the Shaws and on the Workforce Development Complex, that as that progresses on, that's obviously something that I think is going to be not just a big undertaking for the county, but a huge undertaking for the county, as well as Northeast State and whoever else may be interested, and definitely would be something that should be included in the documentation. But that still requires a liaison, if you will, on our side, and Ron would still be that person. So it really sounds like to me, the debate is if we can move on and carry on as we are right now, or if we really need somebody immediately, or if we just need to put in maybe a part-time position that kind of covers inside of maintenance to help them, basically help them continue on. Of course, part-time would be considerably less than what a full-time position, what we'd be asking for a full-time position. But that's just kind of the discussion that I've briefly summed up and in my head anyway.
Chairman Gronstadt,
Ma'am.
you're exactly right. Everything's moving smoothly. We're moving right along. I mean, and I don't know if some of the commissions have come through the courthouse and actually seen what's been done here. Mary's office has had a complete, basically it's like a complete remodel in her office. I mean, there's been flooring installed. We've had new blind. I mean, it's really been moving really good on those small projects, or just intertwining with the large ones. And Ron and Roy have been the avenue for those projects, and it's moving great. And I think we're okay right now. The Gap Creek project is my concern as far as the large project. But I would like for the committee to keep in mind as I assess the needs and office holders are also calling Ron and with their needs. The heat pumps are not working. There's rats running around in my office. We need mice traps. We need ant traps. I mean, you name it, Ron's getting the calls from everybody. They now know that they can access him and it's going to get done if they access him. And that's what's happening. So as I assess how much they are used, I just like the committee to keep in mind that we may need a part-time individual inside the maintenance department to kind of offset them. As the warmer months come along, we do have the Sluter property that we are going to be getting up to now that stuff's starting to dry out, hopefully. And Ron will be there. He will be doing the electrical and the plumbing for that property also. So I think there's going to be a need for a part-time position to help these guys out with all the county buildings and what's happening daily with them. And there's really nothing they can't fix. It's just the timing to get to everything.
Okay. Does anyone else have any questions or comments or concerns on this as of this moment?
Chairman Brad Johnson again.
Sir.
I'd like to, Commissioner Holden brings a great point, and it's something we all have to keep in mind because those points reflect on what the penny costs, what the tax set's going to be for our county. But we also got to keep in mind also, our county and our physical plant or our buildings and the property that we have and everything have went disarray for 20 years that nobody touched hardly. They just put bubble gum and Band-Aids on it. And now we've got a building and ground and a commission that works well together. And we have finances here to be able to do these things. And if you look on the list right at the end of the building and grounds meeting, it's even going to increase because we are now looking at archive buildings, getting a economic development. So there's another place we have to find for a head. We've got, the jail update or the second floor update above the circuit court clerk for remodeling and the list goes on and on and on and on. So due to the times, and we are financially better in it, but like Commissioner Holmes said, we've got to be conscious about that and they got to balance out. We can't be overloaded on one and not the other.
And I think as one project falls off the list, we're going to start seeing three added. That's kind of the movement I'm noticing since I've been in this office. We're moving and we've got a good team effort and it's going great. I mean, this is all positive on all these projects. They're positive, they're moving. I'm excited about it. We're able to do a lot of things with these guys. So it's just something for the committee to think about. I will still keep doing what I'm doing and working with Ron and Roy, and we'll get it done. So, you know, you guys just let me know if there's something you need me to do. But the buildings are looking great. I don't know, as COVID gets a little easier, if anybody gets out to look at some of the buildings, what we've done, especially here in the courthouse. It's been bragged upon by the public in many ways, as they noticed the upgrades to the buildings. We've had all new LED lighting put through the building and the offices. It's looking great. And these two individuals have done every bit of that. So it's positive and it's moving great.
Does anyone else have any questions or comments on this?
Chairman, if I might.
Hold on just one second, Commissioner Hill. I saw Mr. McIntyre raise his finger.
Sorry about that. My question, Mayor Woodby, does Ron and Roy take care of the lawn care at workforce development also? Is that what you said?
Yes.
So is that going to be something that needs to be bidded out?
I'm going to look at bidding that out to get they just really can't take that on this summer with these projects that we've got going on.
Okay.
So I think there's 10 to 13 acres that have to be mowed there.
Well, the reason I ask is because that's something that probably needs to be done.
Yeah.
Because we're probably talking another couple of weeks and we'll be facing that.
Chairman.
Hold on, Commissioner James. Let me hit Mike Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Grindstaff. Have we reached out to the highway department at all? Back when Happy Trails Park was being built, they not only hauled gravel and spread it, they did quite a bit of bush hogging when they were out doing the ditch lines off of railroad grade road and that sort of thing. I don't know if there could be some sort of interdepartmental cooperation, but it occurs to me we have all these assets, the mowing machines and such, that could maybe take the burden off of Ron and Roy while they did work up around.
Okay, he cut off. So I think he was actually done talking. He just had a hard cut off. Commissioner James.
I was just going to say, if somebody else on the committee, I can't remember, but I felt like before the mayor come on and took over, and back when I was chair, I felt like we was pushing already to bid all the county building facilities out under a mowing contract and trying to get somebody to do the lawn care. You all may be able to remember a little more, but just refresh my memory on that. But I think that was something that was just, I know we did discuss it. We discussed doing that and cleaning. But I don't remember what we ever decided to do with the lawn care.
Yeah, Commissioner James, I remember the discussion being on, I think it was lawn care, landscaping, I think was was the big thing, primarily around the courthouses, planning office. There's not really anything to landscape at the highway department.
Election commission.
Yeah, election commission office, things of those natures. I think that's still an opportunity there. The landscaping and the mowing could probably be included on the same bid, same estimates, and then have to probably be put out to RFP depending on cost.
Mr. Grindstaff.
Commissioner Blevins.
Yes, sir. Appreciate you. Just to chime in with Mr. Hill's conversation there about the highway department. I don't think they've got no lawnmowers. It's just heavy equipment, tractors, and bush hogs. So I don't see them getting into the mowing business. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Blevins.
Chairman,
yes, sir.
I believe that by the time we bid this out and pay for landscaping and lawn care with the acreage that we have, we may come out better hiring somebody part-time. Because you're talking a significant amount of money that's going to come in on those bids to take care of those facilities, including landscaping. That's just a thought.
And Isaiah, you may know more about this than I do, but I know currently our trustees, when mowing starts, they have several cemeteries that they maintain. They do keep this courthouse grounds mowed, the elections mowed, and health department mowed, and over at the annex mowed. And I did speak with Royce the other day, and he said they are stretched thin on that right now if they want to have to maintain the cemeteries.
Correct. Yeah, they do. They maintain those locations. Okay. Really kind of two separate, but still tied in together. Is there any movement, that anyone wants to take on the project manager portion of this? Any motions or anything of that nature at this time? All right. Seeing none, I think that the general consensus there is just to maintain as we are moving with keeping us appraised of where we're going and if the need arises for that part-time individual. Circling back to the mowing at those locations, or at least at the workforce development complex, and then the option of doing some actual landscaping work if it was something outside the need or outside of what the sheriff trustees are providing. That's still something that I think we should look into as far as the amount of money that would cost, and then take a look at it from that perspective and move forward.
And I'll do that, Chairman. I'll look into that.
And then that would give us a good baseline. And, I agree, by the time that you start looking at all these locations, there's your part-time person.
Right.
And that part-time individual at that point would be, could be utilized in several different areas outside of mowing and landscaping. So.
That we can't drag our feet too much, because remember what our date is. We're the 1st of March, and April that green stuff starts screaming out of the ground.
I know.
Well, I imagine that
Yeah.
reaching out to a couple of individuals this month and then getting back to us by the commission meeting in April, or committee meeting in April. Worst case scenario there, the April meeting, if we ended up moving forward with whatever may occur. So, okay. Madam Mayor, is there anything else on the project manager side that you'd like to discuss?
That's
Okay.
it. I just wanted to get the committee's opinion on, make sure we're moving right, and if they want to go that route or continue the route that we're on right now.
Okay. With that being said, we'll go ahead and move on to new business if nobody else has anything to add. Commissioner James, if he's still on here.
Wait, now what am I here for?
I don't know. You asked me to put you on the agenda.
No, we'd had a little discussion the other day when we were in financial management. I'm sure anybody that's been in it's and they understand we're going to have to do something about it. But we've got the planning building. As Miss Woodby, or Mayor Woodby, I'm sorry, had spoke. We have dissolved our contract, of course, with the probationary office. So I had just brought up an idea in the middle of financial management about maybe trying to take some of the parking lot where our dumpsters are currently at to the pink building and try to maybe build a new structure there and move the planning office there, and maybe even do 2-storied or something of that nature, and maybe including the clerk and masters and using their office now as a hallway to connect it on to. Something of that nature, and trying to put us another attachment there, and then maybe tearing those 2 buildings down and turning that into parking lots, which would give us more space for the parking area. But that was just kind of a thought on something to do with that. We do have a little bit over, I believe, roughly, I don't know if Park's in here or not, but a little over $500,000, I believe, in the courthouse capital outlay thing. And so as long as we build something that will kind of attach back to the courthouse and it becomes part of that property, we can utilize that money, not have to use our regular capital outlay money. So, but that's all.
Thank you, Commissioner James. Anybody have any questions for Commissioner James or want to open up a conversation on this? As a potential option, I guess.
Well, again, Mr. Chair, Brad Johnson.
Sir.
Well, for another case, this goes again to what we have been talking about. See, now if we eliminate and try to make room for the planning division because of the building and its location off, there's another service that we've got to put on our list when it's making decision on our moves, which, you know, is taking us quite a bit of time and thought, but everybody's going to have to get that on their mind before we can figure what we're going to do, because we're just held at limbo right now.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else?
Chairman Bronson.
Oh, sorry, Travis. Go ahead.
Chairman.
I just want to throw out to Austin. Austin, I think we mentioned it in financial management. What's the idea of maybe doing it over there in the big parking lot next to the funeral home, and then basically bulldozing the old planning, the probation office, and turning all that into like employee parking so the citizens can park closer to the building?
So the issues that we'll have with that is one, we can't utilize the money from the courthouse capital outlay, is first of all. Second of all, when you go to currently the way the system works now is when you purchase your permits, when you purchase any form of your business license, anything right now in the planning department, you have to go to the trustee's office and pay your dues and then turn around and come back to the planning department to get your paperwork. So you're going to have to be shuffling back and forth, and that's what they're having to do right now, which is why one of the reasons we was talking about connecting. I was thinking connecting to the courthouse, because then that way everything would be in the same facility. They could just walk right down the hallway, pay their fees, and turn around and come right back to the planning department, pick up the permit, and go out the door. Plus, on top of that, we are protecting our courthouse with a single point of entry, but we're not protecting our planning department employees with a single point of entry. So, you know, we spend all this money protecting everybody else in the courthouse facilities, but we're not going to do it for other employees if we don't try to do that, unless we're going to put an x-ray machine and a body scan and a bailiff at the front door of the planning department if it's going to be separate. So that was just some of the reasoning behind it. Anyhow.
Okay, thank you.
I was muted. I apologize. So there's no denying that we need to, there's no denying that space is a premium in our current courthouse, the way that it is set up. And, you know, there is definitely some conversations that need to be had about services, where they're located, how much space they're going to require. You know, that falls into archives as well, allowing, you know, an archival building, places to store those documents and things. So definitely something we're going to have to try to work on. Anybody have any conversation or discussions that they'd like to add into what Commissioner James has added thus far?
Another thing, Chairman, on this, you know, we really main thing is getting architects involved in this. We need to get it moving with them. I did have a conversation with Director Schutler today about, you know, we have the facility where our files for the Register of Deeds are stored, where it was built on additionally, and then it was built onto again. I don't know about the previous edition, but the secondary edition from Director Schutler's remembrance was designed in the effect to carry a load for a second story. So the other part might possibly be that way too. So we might be able to go up the side of that building, and that might be able place to be able to locate our archiving. And we won't take up any more of a footprint than what we currently have. We'll just have to stack it on top of what we've got. And then if we build the other facility over there, then we've kind of located all the offices and what we need within inside of what footprint we've got. And maybe hopefully when we tear down the probation and the planning building, we'd pick up several more parking spaces than what we would potentially lose with what we're doing. So just a thought.
So the mayor had sent myself a list of updates on these projects that basically are listed as old businesses for the most part. I sent that in that email with the agenda, so everybody has a copy. One of the portions of that is we had asked for courthouse floor plans to go ahead and have those completed since they were having to do the first floor basically for the clerk and master's door. She stated that the update on those is they're near completion, and once complete, that we had asked, of course, to do the handicap toilet improvement, basically study on those lower bathrooms to see what we could do to make those more ADA compliant. Is this something that the commission or the committee wishes to take a serious look at? Then my recommendation would be that, instead of having them just do the handicap toilet assessment, that they would complete the assessment as well on the options that are available for expanding on or expanding up next to the current building as we have it. I don't know what that space looks like. I know that there are several locations in our courthouse that need some tender love and care outside of just a little bit of paint and some flooring, and that's definitely a concern. The courthouse is quite old. It is a historic building, and that's also another concern and something that we would have to keep in mind in this process. However, we are going to have to come up with some idea of where we're going to put people. As the amount of services that we continue to offer grows, the amount of services that the citizens rely on us to provide grows. We're going to have some sort of viable option for the next 10, 15, 20 years. And then outside of that, something for kind of a longer span. So
Do you know if we have currently a topo of the layout of our property in position with our buildings are where it can be used on paper where everybody can see, how the layouts are, what the availability of expansion is on it, or do we just have the buildings done right now?
I'm just currently having the buildings done right now, the floor plans. I don't have anything else, and I've not been able to find anything else from previous administrations where anything's been done on the property or the inside of the buildings.
Commissioner Johnson, if I had to take a guess, if anything like that still existed, then I would have to say that that planning would be about the only place that I imagine that still exists in existence if they had it at all.
Yeah. Well, as I've previously said, we've got so many we got so many projects, major ones, and we have so many potential projects on this. I think, Mr. Chair, we're going to go back when you first chaired years ago, that we have to make our list of them, prioritize them, and work them the best that we can, because there's several of them that has about equal importance that we're going to have to either combine or take them separately, depending on our funds and everything, to keep up with them.
Correct, and I agree. I was actually reviewing that document for those of you that weren't on the commission at the time or may not have ever seen it. After Commissioner Lyons or former Commissioner Lyons stepped down, we had developed a document that had 1 through, I think we ended up at 12 or 14, somewhere around in there. Basically all of our projects, big and medium, that we were utilizing that to keep track of. And I have since known that kind of went away. And I do think that we are to the point where we're going to have to drag that document out, update it, and try to keep it up to date with the mayor as well, and start looking at, serious renovations. It goes a little bit further than serious renovations to the courthouse at this level, because you're talking about a serious building project that would affect multiple offices, multiple floors of multiple offices, and the opportunity thereof. So, but we are coming to a point where we are going to have to take some sort of action to move forward. We're just simply running out of space.
Chairman Grandstaff,
Ma'am.
I would like to make a motion that we hire the architecture firm of Shaw and Shanks to look at our options for adding on to our current courthouse and include a topo, as Mr. Johnson called it. With that, I guess I'll stop my motion there so it doesn't get confusing.
I'm just writing it down.
While I wait, I'll just say that the reason for this is because we are in discussions with Roma Cowan about the Cowan building. We have been in discussions with Linda Whitehead about her property. We have talked very informally about the funeral home next door. We are now talking about adding on to our current building. And I think that we are going to need conceptual drawings and possibly cost analyses of each of these different ones so that this commission can vote while being very informed at the time of that vote on what to do, where to spend our money, how to grow. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I have a motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
I got a second by Commissioner McInturf. Any further discussion? All right, seeing no further discussion, we'll go ahead and go into voting phase. Ma'am, if you will, please call the roll.
Could you repeat the motion, please?
Yes, there's a motion by Commissioner Holdren, second by Daniel McInturf to hire Shaws and Shanks to look at options for expanding, adding onto the current courthouse, including a topo for expansion purposes. It'd be the drawings and potentially cost analysis or estimate. Does that sound correct, Ms. Holdren?
Yes, sir.
Randall Jenkins,
Yes.
Mike Hill,
Yes.
Robert Acuff,
Yes.
Brad Johnson,
Yes.
Thomas Prophet,
Yes.
Ginger Holdren,
Yes.
Daniel McInturf,
Yes.
Isaiah Grandstaff.
Yes. All right. Motion passes, all ayes. Madam Mayor, if you could reach out to Shaw and Shanks, explain to them what we were looking for according to that motion, and just kind of get a cost of, I guess, basically just a preliminary cost of what that would look like. Then we could take that and move that forward to full or budget and full commission.
I will do that, and just food for thought. I may just ask Mr. Shaw if he'd like to be an adjunct member of the Building and Grounds Committee and start with us. But I will, in all seriousness, I think I will ask him to attend next month just for questions and kind of, since he's taken on so many projects for us. They're both, but I do have a meeting with them on Thursday morning to do a walkthrough for the ADA in the restrooms. So we will discuss it then.
Thank you, ma'am, very much.
Chairman,
Sir.
One last thing before I step out. I hadn't got a chance to tell you, and I don't know if he remembered or not, but about a month ago, the sheriff called me when we was out at lunch, and he brought back to my attention, we tried to do it back last year, but it didn't go nowhere. And he made a remark that he says the jail is needing to be pressure washed. It's mildewing quite a bit up the top, and that's something that it's going to have to pretty well be probably get some bids on and stuff, because you're going to have some scissor lifts and stuff to get up to the top. So, I don't know if he said anything to you about that yet or not, but just might want to question him and make sure to bring that back to your attention.
Thank you, sir.
No problem. Thank you, guys.
All right. Now that Austin has caused mischief and mayhem, we greatly appreciate him. The recycling center and Commissioner Holdren, if you would take the chair reins, I'd be more than happy to pass them on, and then I'll just explain kind of the conversation that I got into, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Okay, so we'll enter into that discussion about the landfill.
So sorry, I heard some feedback. So this morning, this afternoon, I was approached by Commissioner Bailey, of course, who's the chair of landfill, and he had been speaking with Finance Director Burke and as well as Benny Lyons. And it had come to their attention, apparently some conversation was had during the financial management meeting, during the last financial management meeting. And Finance Director Burke, I guess, had some questions or concerns out of some of the discussion that had come up. And for those of you that may not know or that do know, this project has been kind of going on since, I would say, July, August of last year, to be conservative. This is basically, once we had purchased the recycling center, the new location for the recycling center, a question was asked about additional storage space particularly for cardboard materials, because one of the things that they advise is that they like to hold on to cardboard when prices are low. Prices start rising, then sell, of course, at that higher price to try to help out. And so they were requiring some additional storage space, and that kind of took the shape of a building, and then kind of shrunk down from a heated, self-contained building with insulation to kind of a scaled down model of basically just a building for storage of this cardboard items. These had went out to bid for multiple times, and there were some issues with some of the companies. There were issues with some of the specs that the companies sent back. And this last time they sent it out for bid, they were able to get a good bid back, from what I understand. And in fact, it had started moving forward, and Director Lyons had put everything had been approved. Director Lyons had put the purchase order in on Friday, or on Friday. Yeah, that's correct. During the financial management meeting, I guess some discussion was had, and shortly thereafter on Monday, somewhere around that day, that purchase order was denied and sent back to Director Lyons. I had been contacted once again by Chairman Bailey. I reached out to Director Burke. He kind of explained to me that due to some of that conversation, and basically from what I understand is, if I understand correctly, Commissioner Johnson had I think had begun some of the conversation about how building projects in general for the county needed to go through building and grounds to have our architect look at those, and have building and grounds basically stamp those and approve those, due to concerns of, in the event that something was to happen, a building was to fall, it didn't meet the requirements that were necessary, county monies were expended, then, there were obvious concerns there. And basically, I think that maybe something was said that it should be brought up to building and grounds, and the Finance Director Burke had kind of misunderstood that this entire project needed to go back to Building and Grounds, and so he's held off. Pending any of the discussion that happened at the financial management meeting on Monday, this had already been approved. The monies have been approved almost 6 months ago or more. The only issue was getting those bids back for the project that they had, and then moving forward on those bids. So I wanted to explain that as to why that was on here and kind of the conversation that occurred. And I have spoken with Commissioner Bailey and Finance Director Burke. And what Finance Director Burke is asking us to do is basically reapprove or reaffirm that this had went through Building and Grounds, had been approved many months ago, and answer any of those questions that may have come up, and then pass this through to allow that purchase to take place. So that's kind of where we're at. I don't know. It just so happens I'm glad that Commissioner Johnson's here, and of course, Chairperson Holdren is on here as well, and they're both on financial management. Commissioner Hill, and I guess Austin jumped off, but that's a conversation, and the conversation that I've had for the last several hours today, and I think they're just wanting to make sure that there was no intent to send this back to Building and Grounds, or that the intent wasn't there to send it back to Building and Grounds, and it was actually for future projects, and that way they could move on with this project. So,
Commissioner Grindstaff, I held the great, I guess, amount of conversation of it, and then Vice Chair Holdren, which is the chair of the financial management, can verify or correct me. The word Building and Grounds was not mentioned in that meeting whatsoever. Totally. The conversation was surrounding that they had had so many bids and they were such a big variance. My experience is that when you run into that in construction, that you need to go back and relook at your specifications. Nobody even insinuated this come to Building and Grounds. Mr. Lyons has worked his rear off, and they're trying to get a bill and built. But the variance of the bids is so great, there has to be an error in the specs, and they need to go back and look at that part. Whether they get approval from us or not, I don't know. Is that not correct, Chair Holdren?
I couldn't remember exactly what our words were. I could remember asking you if a motion needed to be made, and that was as far as I could remember.
Yeah.
So what I had to do was reach out to Michael Kennedy today and ask him to play back the recording. He did so, and what he told me was that there was no motion, that you said you would just bring it up tonight in Building and Grounds. So I didn't remember, Commissioner Johnson, myself. So I had to ask, and that was the answer that I received. So I do believe our intention was to discuss going forward what Building and Grounds thought needed to be the protocol. But I do not believe any of us want to hamper what the landfill committee is attempting to accomplish and what Director Lyons is attempting to accomplish. I think they've suffered enough, so to speak, and I'd like to see them be able to get on with it.
I agree wholeheartedly. There was only one big concern, was if they are buying steel for, I'm going to say, the frame for the building, and it's going to be open at the bottom, more or less like a shed. Yes, the steel has a stamp on it. It's just to certify that the steel will work there. But as far as a stamp as an engineer that says that the foundations of the existing and slabs, that they meet the requirement to be able to hold the live and dead load of that metal that's on there. That was the only question. I don't want to get into approval of that. They got Chairman Bailey and Mr. Lyons have worked hard on it, and we need to get the thing done. but just give that for consideration when they're doing that project, and that they look at their specs to make sure that if they're having problems bidding, look at their specs and readjust them.
Correct. And there were, like I said, this was put to bid on several occasions, and there were some issues. It was both on our side for asking for the of those specs, and then on a couple of the company sides for some misunderstanding on some of the paperwork that was required at the time. And so, they were able to get this ironed out. And like I said, there was just a question of whether something needed to be done tonight, whether there were any individual questions. And I advised at the time, I advised both Director Burke as well as, Commissioner Bailey and or Chairman Bailey, and after speaking with Commissioner or Chairwoman Holdren, that we would go ahead, we would put this on the agenda tonight. We would have, I'd explain, we would have any discussion, and then all Brad is asking us, Director Burke is asking us to do is just make that the affirmative that, the bids are already there. The bids already came in. It's under $25,000. It's under $25,000 as far as having to send it out for RFP. It's under by about another $26,000, $27,000, somewhere around in there, under the $50,000 requirement to have a contractor seal or an architect seal, stamp those and draw those to begin with as what is the minimum requirement for the state of Tennessee. And basically just to say, no, we're okay with it. It's already been through the proper channels, and if there's no other issues, that we won't hold that up. So unless there's any other questions or comments.
Commissioner Grindstaff, does Mr. Burke want a statement coming from us this evening, or is he okay with this informal discussion?
Ma'am, what I was going to ask is if there was any other questions or comments, we go ahead and answer them. And then I was going to ask if you would be willing to take a motion. So.
Okay, sir. So the floor is open for discussion on the matter. Any questions or comments about what's going on with the building at the landfill? All right, then I will entertain a motion, Commissioner Grindstaff.
All right, ma'am. I would just like to make the motion that we allow them to proceed, that there's no issues that Building and Grounds has with this project, as it has already been approved by Building and Grounds in the past, and the full commission, as well as those bids being recovered and approved to allow Finance Director Burke to proceed.
Okay, so we have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second Randall Jenkins.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Jenkins. Now the floor is open for discussion of this motion to allow Director Burke to release those funds and the landfill to be able to order the stuff to begin construction of that building. Okay, hearing no discussion. Gwen, if you will please call the roll.
Randall Jenkins,
Yes.
Mike Hill,
Yes.
Robert Acuff,
Yes.
Brad Johnson,
Yes.
Thomas Prophet,
Yes.
Ginger Holdren,
Yes.
Daniel McIntyre,
Yes.
Isaiah Grindstaff.
Yes.
Okay, so motion passes. Thank you very much. Mr. Grindstaff, may I give you your chair back, sir?
There's one more item I'd like to speak on, ma'am, if you don't mind.
Okay, you have the floor.
You can run the rest of the meeting if you want. I'm enjoying this.
No, sir.
The other item that I had requested to be added on is I listed as an IT request. It's from originated with Anthony Lawrence, who the mayor and some of you all can attest is responsible for our computers and networking and things at some of our offices there for the I guess the greater of the offices that we have. This has to do with a portion of the courthouse security project, as well as the phone system that we currently have. Right now, we have a, trying to think of the best way to explain this. Right now, we pay charter to have a private network that runs between our two buildings, the courthouse at 900 East Elk Avenue and the courthouse at 801. Currently, the only thing that is going across that private network is our connection between our phone systems. There's a phone system head at 801 and a phone system head at 900 East Elk. In reference to that phone system and courthouse security for the purposes of cameras and door control systems and some things of that nature, we are needing that networking actually basically formalized, put in some routing units, link our two buildings up with some firewall rules to some firewalls that already exist, and kind of move forward with that. And what this would allow us to do is have a better basis of communications in the event that a situation was to occur where monitoring of that situation could occur at either location, depending on the event. And for redundancy sake and failover sake of our phone systems and things of that nature. This is something that we've been working towards for quite some time. And with the opening in courthouse, with the project for courthouse security, it's just now been kind of deemed time in conversations with Anthony Lawrence to kind of move this forward. One of the items that I sent is a estimate or quote rather from a company called IT Decisions, which does a lot of our networking and basically contract IT work that kind of goes above Anthony Lawrence's scope. I had asked him to kind of get us a guess price, an estimate price of how much engineering and if any equipment was going to be needed. And his bottom dollar on his estimate, on his quote, was $1,057.36. That is some hardware that would need to be at both locations to help that connection, and some engineering that would need to take place. So what I would like to ask the committee is to have the committee's blessing to move this to Building and Grounds, take this out of, we should be able to take this out of courthouse security monies, and I would need to get with Brad Burke to finalize that, since we're using that for some of this for this project and some other things that the phones and some things of that nature. Any questions? That's a very broad way to describe a very kind of a deep topic that we've been discussing for several years. I was hoping to have Anthony Lawrence here to kind of do this, but unfortunately it just didn't work out. So I wanted to try to explain as best I could. So.
Okay. Do any of us have any questions for Mr. Grindstaff on this topic? Then I will open the floor for a motion.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
I would like to make that motion that we approve up to the $1,057.36 amount on the IT Decisions quote for this, we'll call it a project, for this project.
Okay. So we have a motion to approve $1,057.36 to be spent on this. Do we have a second?
I'd like to second that, Thomas Prophet.
Thank you, Commissioner Prophet. So we have a motion and a second. Any discussion or questions? Okay, Miss Gwen, please take the vote.
Randall Jenkins,
Yes.
Mike Hill,
Yes.
Robert Acuff,
Yes.
Brad Johnson,
Yes.
Thomas Prophet,
Yes.
Ginger Holdren,
Yes.
Daniel McInturf,
Yes.
Isaiah Grindstaff.
Sorry, couldn't unmute. Yes.
Okay, motion carries. Thank you very much. Now can I?
Yes, ma'am. I'll be more than happy to take it back.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much for taking over for those two requests.
Thank you.
The mayor has so wonderfully provided us a overview of the projects that are currently ongoing in an email form. I have included that to you all. She will be more than happy, I'm sure, to answer any of those questions, or I'll attempt to answer any questions that we may have on several of these projects. The courthouse security project is on there. Work is finishing up. In fact, we have a meeting tomorrow. Is that correct, Madam Chair?
That's correct.
I'm not exactly sure who you are anymore. I get tongue-tied when I'm trying to talk to you. If you want to just kind of briefly run through that, I'm not going to ask you to verbatim. If there's some highlights there that you'd wish to hit.
Just the entire list. Is that what you just want me to run through it?
Yeah, whatever highlights you want to hit there.
Okay. Courthouse security project we're looking at. We have a meeting in the morning, and that might be our final meeting before we do the punch list, but that project's finishing up. We're looking at 2 weeks on that. I'm kind of going to go back and forth. Isaiah, do you want me to kind of go back and forth from the agenda and the list? Because some of the things.
No, just the update from the list. Yeah.
We're waiting on the election office. We've got 2 quotes in. We're waiting on a 3rd quote for that. And it looks like that's going to fall under the $25,000 threshold, which we already approved money for that. The clerk and master's door is moving right along, the pre-bids, and then the bids are on March 16th. As we've already discussed, the courthouse floor plans, they are currently being put together. The 2nd floor and the 3rd floor have been looked at, and he's currently putting those together. And he and I are going to meet on Thursday morning to go over the ADA for the bottom floor restrooms for doing those in the handicap. So we're going to go through that also, and we'll add to his project what we've already discussed. And then the workforce development complex, the surveyors started last Monday. So this will be their 2nd week, and they will finish up next week. And they have been diligently all over that property is the words that have been told. And then you see number 2 and number 3, both of those, the environmental site assessment and the hazardous materials testing will both have to be conducted. We can't find any documentation that those have ever been done. And if they have been done, once again, we can't find any documentation to show that. So Shaw and Shanks said that we'll have to do those again. And then probation office has been vacated. Everything's out of that building. Ron did assess the building, and in his words, it's going to cost the county a lot of money to update that building and bring it just up to standard compliance. As you know, it's not even ADA compliant. He does think the structure's sound, but it's in pretty bad shape. It's not had any upgrades. I think the only thing newer over there is the HVAC system, but everything else is in it's pretty bad shape. And then, of course, the courthouse parking lot, we're having that restriped, hopefully into this week, next week when the weather stays a little warm. Unless anybody has any questions, that's kind of what we're working on right now.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And then the next item is actually yours as well, the Northeast State contract, if you'd like to update us. And there was a document, of course, sent out on that.
Correct. I met with Northeast State, and along with Chairman Hill and Attorney Harden were on with me, and just in discussions on where they would like to move. The conversation did lead. They do want to stay in Carter County. And then I did ask them for a proposal, and the proposal they sent is what you received in your agenda. And they just, that's where we're at. So there's the discussion point, and it's been asked if they left a zero off. So they do want to stay with us, but I'm not sure how the committee feels about what they're proposing to pay a year. It's a 5 year, they were proposing a 5-year lease term for $10,000 per year.
Chairman Grandstaff,
Ma'am.
Mayor Whitby, have they made any commitments to us about additions to their offerings or potential for growth in the number of students they serve or anything like that?
Now, Dr. Bullock did say they plan on offering, doing some more plans for more classes and really getting more involved, especially with the discussion with the CTE program that we've discussed with them, also in collaboration with TCAP on some of their projects. So she does want to see the facility grow here in Elizabethton, but she said, once again, it's, as we already know, she stated they cannot upgrade. The property is in dire, the building is in need of a lot of upgrades, and they will not upgrade because they do not own the building. It was a very brief conversation. I think what they're looking for is to find an option on the lease. So I did ask for a proposal to present to the committee for discussion and then begin the talks on how we want to proceed.
Okay, a follow-up question, please. Are they asking us to do any specific updates, or have they just made a general comment about things they expect?
She didn't ask for specifics, but the comment was made, there are many upgrades that need to be made to the building.
What is the what's the amount of square footage that they lease up there?
I can't remember what the square footage is. I had the contract in front of me. Josh, do you remember the square footage on the contract?
I do not. I didn't bring that file with me. I didn't know that was on the agenda tonight, but I've got it at the office, but not with me.
I've got it. Let me look it up right here.
I've got it here, Mayor.
Do you have it? Okay. Do you see the square footage in the contract, Abby?
Let me get to the right page on my document. The Northeast State lease is for 27,758 square feet.
27,758.
That is correct.
Madam Mayor, in your conversation with them, have they been made aware that they know that we're in progress with an AE firm just for that, not only to update, but we're supposed to be coordinating with our school superintendent and them and TCAP to see how we can expand, move, reutilize, build, and so forth.
Yeah, she's aware of that collaboration and that the AE firm's involved. She is aware of that.
That's actually the $10,000 per year is actually less than what they said that they based those that rate on, because that 39 cents a square foot, you're at 10, 8, 25, 62. I know that you'd said that they had said that there are several things, of course, that need to be done, and we all know that there are. As Commissioner Johnson alluded to, we're having those conversations right now as to what we can do better at that facility and where our next steps are. Is there anything? It makes me wonder if there's anything specifically that they are wanting or needing done that would be within our range to do so, whether that's just some small stuff.
I know her director at the campus did mention fresh coat of paint. She did mention that just to kind of enlighten, having a nice building for when the students walk in. That is an upgrade that she did mention, the director at the current Elizabethton campus. And Travis was on there with me. Travis, do you want to chime in on your thoughts on this conversation?
Basically, we just asked them a couple different things, maybe the possibility of a long-term lease, maybe $1 per year if they wanted to do the capital upgrades, or maybe the idea of us reinvesting their rent money back into improvements to the building. I didn't really get a feel for if they really considered either one of those. I think they just want cheap rent, basically.
I didn't either. She did put emphasis on they did not want to pay more for this building, as they've been told. They've bought it several times than what they're currently paying for the buildings in Kingsport and Johnson City. That was said.
I believe he said they were paying roughly $1,000 a month for Johnson City and $5,000 a month for Kingsport, and that Kingsport was 3 times bigger than our campus. But I do remember, Mayor, didn't she say something about maybe a new roof, new windows?
Yeah, she did.
New heat and air.
Did mention those. Now that I'm thinking about it, it wasn't her. It was I can't remember her the little girl's name, but yeah, they did. That was mentioned.
I was under the. Sorry, go ahead, ma'am.
I apologize, Chair.
No, go ahead.
Travis, will you repeat the numbers for Johnson City and Kingsport, please?
I believe he said they were getting $1,000 a month rent out of Johnson City and $5,000 a month rent from Kingsport. And I do believe he said, Mayor can back me up, that he said that Kingsport was 3 times the size of our campus or our facility.
He did say that.
Well, that doesn't match what their document states. Okay. Obviously, I think that, painting upgrades and things like that, some of the minor small things until we actually start doing some larger things, that's not unreasonable, I feel. I did have a question. I thought that both buildings had a roof, had a roof replacement under Carter County Tomorrow. I know that one of them for sure did, but I was thinking that the other roof did as well.
Workforce Development building had a replacement. I'm not sure about Northeast.
Chairman Grindstaff, ACA First District.
Sir.
Just a couple of comments and a question. I know in my discussions with Dr. McAbee, the opportunity for Carter County Schools to use that facility was part and parcel because the kids could do dual program opportunities with Northeast and maybe TCAT as well. I wonder if that changes their Carter County Schools position if Northeast, if we can't come to some agreement or they decide that it's not in their best interest, would it change Dr. McAbee and the school board's position on that facility for their use? Just a comment, I think I've said this before, and I believe everybody recognizes that because they don't own that facility, they are prohibited by the Tennessee Board of Regents to be able to invest dollars in that to upgrade it. We had talked at one point in time of giving them a portion of the property in one of the buildings, and then let the expense be on them to upgrade the facilities with us holding the ground lease, with the caveat that if they ever decided to leave Carter County, the upgraded facility would return to the county.
Dr. Acuff, do you think there's been, it sounds to me like there's nobody talking amongst themselves. Do you?
I believe you're correct. I mean,
we have asked that several times that we're going to get them together, particularly since we have the AE, and we know that all that has to be renovated and updated because there's a lot of inundation and everything. But it don't sound to me like we're talking to each other.
Yeah. Well, and it makes you wonder how serious they are about maintaining presence in Carter County. When you say, well, they've got 27,000 plus square feet out there, they're going to pay $10,000 for it or whatever, and then describe other facilities as being as large or larger. So I don't, I feel like we're getting mixed messages.
Yeah.
Chairman Grindstaff?
Ma'am.
Just pulled up the documentation on the roofs. Building 2, which is listed as including the Northeast State College and east sections of the building, was re-roofed in 2014 by LaFernie out of Kingsport. It does have a 15-year warranty. And building number 1, which is identified on the paperwork as the workforce development section, was re-roofed in 2016 by LaFernie. It also has a 15-year warranty.
Thank you, ma'am.
Shouldn't be no problems there then.
Chairman Grindstaff.
Sir.
Mayor Woodby, did they mention anything about student participation if the numbers of students participating at the campus had gone down or anything to that nature?
No, not really. It was pretty much a brief meeting. Really more so to talk about how they do want to stay. They're interested in staying, and they want to provide more classes and more options for students at the Elizabethton campus. But they want to know what the price is going to be. That was pretty the general idea of the whole meeting.
Thank you.
New roof. I mean, obviously, we would know if there were any major issues with the roof. That would have been something that I would imagine that they would have complained about immediately. I would hope that would be something they would have complained about immediately if they were seeing something of leaks or something of that nature. So that slightly concerns me if they are if they're just unaware that that was changed or if they're experiencing something that we need to check into.
Chairman Grindstaff.
Sir.
It is after 8 o'clock. We've been sitting in the saddle for 2 hours, and can we take a 10-minute break?
Yes, I don't see an issue with that at all. Be back at 8:20.
Oh.
Hey, Brad, want to let you know you're still unmuted.
It was only me in here. I'll talk to myself then.
That's right. Me, myself, and I, all three of us talking together.
That's right. Me ain't none of them got any sense.
Brad,
Ma'am,
Hampton's playing at Cosby, start of the fourth. They're down by 1 point.
1 point. Let's see.
47-46.
I wonder what, let's see, this is the region.
Yeah, regionals.
So that means a different region will be officiating, and if they get a Western division, it'll be hard for Ned. He'll have to watch his feet.
I bet that gym, you can't. COVID don't exist right now in that gym.
You mean they're violating their own? I bet they'd have to put a bungee cord on the back of Ned's britches to keep him
know. I can't imagine.
So when we took Clallan down into the region and went into the sub-state and all, and they took the officials from the other district, they're nothing close to what this region up here is.
Yeah.
1 point. God.
1 point.
Hey, it looks like there's 2.5 seconds left.
Oh, is there? What's the score now, Travis?
55-54. Hampton's got the ball on her end of the court.
Oh my gosh. I knew I should have went. I had to prioritize.
And that place is absolutely packed.
Is it? I bet.
Mayor, do you know if Shaws and Shanks has got the preliminary footprint of the floors of those two buildings done to where we can intelligently have a workshop with them to see what their needs are?
Yes, he is bringing them to me Thursday to go over. That's we're planning to do that also once we do the walkthrough of the restrooms.
Okay, so I don't, of course, everybody's under the same shell that we are, and I don't think they're making any more progress than what we are. And I think they're being just maybe a little bit unfair in some respects for
I agree
this.
with you. Mhm.
They got beat, Patty.
Oh gosh, 1 point, 2 points.
1 point.
Oh, darn it.
Let's say they still have a position in the region.
Yeah.
Mayor, the lines, the young man in the lines, is that the son to Director Lines?
Mhm.
Okay,
Yeah, he's a junior this year.
okay.
Brad Johnson, the way that I looked at it is we had a whole nother hour before you got your ice cream. So
Well, preparations are being made. The cashews are in the oven. Go ahead, Randall. Life, your cause of it.
Cashews.
I know. I got you addicted to it. Oh.
Mayor, if it doesn't create a problem, anything in your meeting with Shaws and Shanks, if you don't mind, I would like to attend that.
Okay.
If possible, I don't want to interfere.
No.
See what the progress is.
If you want to come, we're going to do it Thursday morning at 10. Just come on by here.
Okay.
all right, by my watch, we got 8:20. We have everybody back. Say no if you're not back. All right, looks like everybody. I've heard everybody talk. We'll go ahead and get back to our, go ahead and get back to our, in the middle of our discussion that we were having on the Northeast State lease. And if there's any other questions or comments or any actions that the committee wants to take, I do think that we were to make I think it's safe to say a little bit of displeasure known and come back with a counter proposal, or at least some ideas for a counter proposal.
Chairman Grindstaff, just a question. Do we think that, do you want me to reach out to Dr. Bullock about joining the Building and Grounds meeting next month with her staff for discussion? Or, I mean, how would the committee like to proceed on this discussion?
I think that, of course, I'm just the chair. I'll do whatever you all recommend, or want to take, however you all want to have that. But I think that would be a great idea. But I also think that we were to go ahead and give them some food for thought as well. Because I know that, now we have this food, and maybe we can get a little bit further in next month's discussion with presenting them some food.
And that's kind of why we had to start somewhere. So I did ask them to put together something, and this is what we got. So, and I think it's, a starting point. It's not what we like, I know.
Correct.
Chairman Grindstaff,
Ma'am.
can we just go over some facts and figures for a moment? And I don't know that this information is readily available, but I'd like to try. Is their current rent $180,000 a year? Is that right?
I think it's 177, Ginger, but let me pull their document back up. Unless Abby's got it right there in front of her.
It's $177,066 a year.
Okay, and then on top of that, are they responsible for insurance? I don't think they are. I'm just trying to remember.
I think we pay insurance on the building, but like if they had anything inside they wanted to insure, like their computer systems or anything, that would be on their insurance, if I'm not mistaken. They do pay part of the utilities there, and that's based on the square footage that they rent.
And I'll echo what Abby said. I think that with it being a county building, I think we were always paying the insurance on that building and property thereof, if I'm not mistaken. But that'd be a good question for Brad Bart. I'll write that one down.
Can anybody think of anything else, or is that it? They've got rent and utilities, and as far as we know, that's it.
Chairman Grindstaff.
Yes, Travis.
I don't know where I've heard this, maybe through another commissioner. Is it my understanding that they're not using the entire building? They're only using portions of the building, yet they take up the whole entire building?
Travis, I think you're correct. They're not using the entire building.
I felt like I heard that there's certain parts of it that they're not buying, but they won't let anybody else in because of security purposes. They don't want other people wandering around the building.
I think that's correct.
If that's true, then, and I think it is, Travis, but if that's true, then are they really open to talks with Carter County Schools and TCAP? Because that would allow people to move throughout the building from 2 or 3 different places, 3 different schools, I mean.
Well, I'll add on to that, of course, that was something that Dr. Maccabee had expressed as well, would of course be part of their concern, and how, of course, the way that he treated it, I guess is the best way to phrase it is, something that would just have to be, we would have to work towards, work around as we got closer to our end goal, and as we had these discussions of kind of how things would be portioned off in the building. But that was a conversation that he was concerned about as well on our side. But definitely, if they are utilizing portions of if they are partitioning off or sectioning off portions of the building that we ultimately can't use due to them considering it to be a safety issue, and they're not paying for those portions of that building, that's definitely a concern, because technically speaking, they're using that piece of that building. They're keeping us from being able to use it. So.
But Mr. Chairman, do you remember that is the reason why that we brought the AE on to meet with all those three bodies to where they could draw the lines if possible, or to identify how it could be used either Northeast State, a combination Northeast State and Carter County in their VOTEC or whatever.
Right, and the only thing about that is we've got to have a good set of plans for them to be able to sit down, and that was even something that Shaw's and Shanks had said, to be able to start that process. And I think that's why they're wanting to hit these plans and the environmental and things of that nature pretty hard up front, is so that we could have those meetings, those sit down meetings, and have an idea of basically what we do have. Because there were a lot of concerns of, I think whenever we started looking, they found really old blueprints and drawings. But of course, things have changed since then. To how much and what extent, you never know. But yes, you're absolutely right. I mean, that's the next piece. As soon as they finish these drawings or get these drawings to a usable state, would be to start having those outside of the conversations that we've had. Would actually be to sit down and get, kind of, I guess, where they want to go in their utilization. We have an idea of what Carter County schools kind of want to go and their direction. But it does certainly bring up some concerns if they're keeping individuals out of the building or out of certain sections of the building because of security issues. And I can understand those security issues as well, but
Chairman Grindstaff, I just emailed the committee members the contract for Northeast State, so you can have that to look at.
Thank you, ma'am.
Chairman Grindstaff,
Ma'am.
I'm not ready to put anything in the form of a motion. I'd just like to throw out something for discussion's sake.
Yes, of course.
I do feel like they've probably paid too high rent for the time that they've been with us, especially based on the age and condition of the building. I am glad to have them in Carter County. I'd like to keep them in Carter County. I'm considering something along the lines of this. In the past, since we got Workforce Development Complex back in our possession, if someone approached the mayor or this committee about renting space, we priced it at $5 a square foot. That would come out less than what they're paying now. But I would like to go a step further in good faith to say, hey, we do recognize that you've paid high rent for all these years. We do recognize the building is old, but $10,000 is unreasonable, and offer them half price of what we would let anybody else have that space for. And using the figure 27,758 square feet, if we go half price at $2.50 per square foot, that comes out to $69,395 a year. So that's where I'd like to start.
Ginger, it looks like in the past, based on their contract, they were paying $6.38 a square foot.
Yeah, that's the math that I had just done, Travis. $6.38 a square foot, 27,758 square feet, plus part of their utilities.
but if we ever start doing the renovations of it and everything, just to change out the HVAC units and the windows on the thing will save more than that reduction in cost. I mean, because they're paying an ungodly amount for heat and air just in itself because of the antiquated units that are there. And just
Correct.
the windows itself creates the biggest part of that. So if you eliminate those two and bring them up to speed, that's why I say that there is so much that we can offer to it to where we can reduce theirs and benefit our county in these services by the project itself. If we just know what they need.
Ground staff.
Yes.
I was just wondering, do we happen to have any idea of what the cost would be to replace the windows, replace the heat and air? You know, if we done improvements over a 5-year period that would get it up to a standard that they could live with?
I think that, actually, I don't think that that's ever been done on that building. That is part of getting into part of what we've asked Shaws and Shanks to do, is to draw up to draw all this stuff up, basically give us a rundown of what's wrong with the building. Well, I mean, we kind of know what's wrong with the building, but what's wrong with the building from a structural standpoint, all the way up to, windows, and start getting estimates on, what it's going to take. Because, HVAC, that's a bit more substantial than, like you were saying, like windows. And is really, once they get these plans to a usable portion, I mean, that's really where we're at for the next 5-10 years, is renovating that out, and making that into the conjunction of Carter County Schools / Northeast State, the way that we imagine it and that they imagine it. I think that it's not unreasonable to come back with that offer that Ms. Holdren stated, as well as the conjunction of we understand that painting and things of that nature, and that there are some low hanging fruit there that I think could be that could be hit pretty hard, that could start making that building actually look like it, we want it to continue to be used, which I don't think has been done in quite some time. The painting, possibly changing those lights out to LEDs, things of that nature that could really make that actually look like a campus, look like a county building, make it look better, similar to what we were doing, or what the mayor is doing, rather. I can't take any credit for that. What the mayor is doing with that courthouse over there, and show them that this isn't something that's going to go away, that we're really just waiting on those plans to start to really start those conversations. We just don't have anything to start a conversation with, for the most part. As I've expressed before, I'm concerned if they mentioned roof in their initial statements, I want to know more about either what they believe the roof issues to be, or if there actually is an issue that we need to research. Because that being changed out in 2014, I mean, that's a brand new roof for the most part. So I think that we take some of these questions. We ask the mayor to take some of these questions with her. Some of these, whatever pricing that the committee feels, kind of to just continue talking, allow them to kind of do their research and come back to the next the April committee meeting, if their schedule allows, and us to continue out this conversation is kind of, I think, where I would like to see this go, if that be the will of the committee.
Well, Mr. Chair, overall, the whole total project, we need to, we can't get too fast, but remember what our economy is right now. We are the lowest amount of interest rate for borrowing money as a government that we'll probably ever see in a young person's life. And we need to see if we can't expedite as much as possible, because we know we're going to have to borrow the money on our debt service for that. And that's why that we got the AEs. Give me 2 phases, give me 3 phases to where we can do this in phase work to make this work out. And we can't drag our feet. That's the thing there, because it costs us more if it goes up.
Right. Well, I mean, the biggest thing there is we're waiting on the AE.
Yeah, I know.
You know, and of course they've been quite, we've kept them quite busy, and they've expedited, it seems, quite a bit of our projects. They're getting done timeline wise, extremely fast. Seem to be extremely proficient. So I don't expect this to take, you know, expect the drawing portion. The environmental is a whole nother deal, but I don't expect the drawing portion to get some usable drawings so that we can start to see those square footages. I don't expect that to take much longer.
I expect that to be very soon, Chairman Grandstaff. And as Tom Shaw tells me, as my maintenance guys tell me, I'm keeping them hopping. So I expect that to be very soon.
So I think that overall, sorry, go ahead, Commissioner.
No, I say they're a great firm. You can't beat their professionalism or how they expedite their jobs. It's just that we as a committee need to keep that in mind also, because we're going to have to borrow money. So we need to get on with the program as much as we can and push it, because money is right now right at 1% for us to use. And that's something you've never heard of in your lifetime.
Chairman,
Yep.
I was just thinking, what if we could get them to give us a 5-year outlay of what improvements they would like, and then match that up with AE? Would this body, would rather borrow money or reinvest the money that we take in off of the lease rent?
Well, that would be dependent on what the estimated or the gross estimated price of the renovation, because I don't think you get that kind of rent to be able to pay for even the smallest phase of that. Now, it's been a few years since I've been in the industry on the estimating all, but they enlist the same guidelines that I worked under, and with them also in contract, that can give us a good general area of what the cost will be, to where we can plan, if it can be done in phases, to what those amounts going to be.
Well, I think that our conversations, I think we're having these conversations really at the appropriate time. This 5-year lease agreement, as well as what we want their plan to be in the future, as well as, or in the next 5 years, as well as where we want to see that go. I think that we give them a counter offer, and give them our questions that have been asked, as well as, I think some of the low hanging fruit that we could do to beautify that building a little bit while we are waiting on, while we're pushing this forward and waiting on those, our long-term goal basically, and see where we can go.
Chairman Grindstaff,
Yes, ma'am.
I know our attorney's on here, and I would like for him to be thinking about things that we need to add to this lease agreement to protect ourselves. Some thoughts that have come to my mind are that if they're not utilizing the entire second building, that it will state in our lease that we have the right to reclaim that, possibly. We also need something in there that says that they will not hinder us once we do get into our construction phase, that they will cooperate with us if we have to displace a classroom here or there along the way. We also need some kind of clause in there about how they are going to cooperate with our county and TCAT, that they're we need something that shows that they're serious about that, some kind of commitment And then I would also like to see them put in writing what they plan to do for our community as far as helping our students in ways that they're not currently being helped, because many of them are still having to drive to Bluntville because there's not enough course offerings here in Elizabeth. And I'd like to see them address those problems in writing.
Okay. Very good notes. If that's in case, if it is actually true that they are, unless there's, how do I word that? If it is in case true that there are portions of the building that they are keeping us from utilizing, and they are not currently leasing that building or leasing those portions from us, and there's nothing in the current lease that states that they have the right to do so, I would imagine that is probably something that needs to be addressed up front as well, because I don't know that they have the right necessarily to do that. Take area that they're not currently paying for, and inhibit us from utilizing that for some reasonable purpose, I guess is the best way to put that. So that's definitely something that needs to be looked into. Okay. Any further discussion or any other any direction that the committee wants to give towards basically, I guess, issuing out a counter proposal to give them something to think about, and then invite them to the April meeting? Commissioner Holden had put out just offering that cut rate, the cut reduced rate of $2.50 per square foot, comes out $69,395, just to give them an idea of where we are, where we're thinking. Of course, it's a negotiation, so that's subject to change. And then these items that we have discussed, just to kind of see what their take on it is, and then give them something to think about until they can come to us, come to the next meeting. What do you all think?
I think it's definitely a starting point. So do you need a motion?
Yeah, I don't think we do. And Josh can correct me. I don't think that we technically need a motion. However, it wouldn't hurt to just kind of offer that. That way we have something just documented more, I guess, more officially. That's a counter, to allow the mayor to move that forward as a counter proposal, and to invite them to the next meeting for discussion, as well as their, maybe their 5-term goal or 5-year goals or something of that nature.
Well, I mean, I'll put it in form of a motion that was that Josh?
Yeah.
There's Josh.
Yeah, I'm listening. I didn't know if anybody wanted me to say something specific, but I would say this: if you are making an offer, you're tendering an offer that they can accept. I mean, to my knowledge, the only body that can approve this lease agreement is the county commission. So you all can make recommendations, but I think if all they have to say is yes to accept our offer, I think the offer has to come as an approval from the full county commission.
How would we do that for discussion? Sorry, I'm getting all kinds of feedback, and I apologize if you all hear it as well. How would we do that for discussion purposes of?
Well, I think having someone from Northeast State come to a meeting where they can actually discuss it. But I mean, I think they're in the same boat. I mean, you know, somebody who's going to be at that meeting is probably not going to have the authority to pull the trigger on it either. I mean, these are things that have to be approved by their board and the full commission. So, I mean, you can certainly get into negotiation and say, you know, if the rent was in this vicinity, and if, you know, we were going to commit to this, that, and the other improvements, and, you know, would you be willing to commit to the things that Ms. Holdren laid out? But I mean, at the end of the day, the only, you know, the county commission has to approve the lease. It's a 5-year lease of a county-owned building. So I mean, only the majority vote of the full commission can do that. But however you want to go about negotiations, it's fine. But any offer made would have to be contingent upon full commission approval, I guess, is the bottom line.
Hey, Josh.
Yeah.
Didn't they say in that meeting the other day that basically they need to get something approved by us first, and then they'd have to take it to TBR to get approved as well?
I believe they said they would prefer that, you know, basically all the kinks are worked out first, and then they just go to get final approval, because apparently that's a hard task to accomplish. I don't know. But yeah, I mean, I think any final offer that all they have to do is take before their board for acceptance has to have the blessing of our full commission. If they want us to go first, then you're going to have to get into some hard negotiations and have actual terms down before you start making counter offers.
Okay. Well, Randall, how does that impact your motion?
Well, I don't think we need to make an offer that we can't back. So,
Well, I don't think we have the as you state, I don't think we have the ability to make an offer. However, I do think that we have the, I don't know how to phrase that correctly. Basically, the ideal is to float some numbers by and just see if it's somewhere in the realm. I mean, they're going to have some numbers that they're going to be able to look at that is going to, you know, that they're going to have basically for negotiation, and see if it's even in the realm of what they're thinking. We've got to do that somehow. Even if it, you know, there's no issue having it in the full, or having it in the next Building and Grounds Committee meeting, but we still have to give them some idea of where the line is. So, I mean,
well, I don't think we need a motion for this, but the 250 is fine, in my opinion, to at least start negotiations. Or at least throw the line out there and see what bites, so to speak. So whatever way we want to go with it, but ultimately, you know, the full commission has the call on it. So I don't want to spin their wheels and spin our wheels. I definitely don't want to negotiate this on the full floor if we don't have to. But you know, what do we do? I guess we just have them out next week or next month.
If I can make a suggestion, I mean, the way that all the committees are supposed to work is you know, the committees do the work and put things before the full commission to approve after the work is done. So, I mean, I think this committee can give direction to the mayor, if that's the point person, to go back to them with terms and things. And I'm happy to participate too with the terms that we want to see in it, and a potential lease price that would work for us. And then, when the whole thing is put together, it's put before the full commission to approve, and then they can take it before their board to approve. I mean, I think that's the way it's set up to work. And I agree that getting them involved with a negotiation before this committee or the full commission is probably not going to go very well. It's not the greatest way to do business. So that's what I would suggest. I've got Ms. Holdren.
Uh-oh.
Direction y'all want to go. I don't know that it needs a motion because we can't formally commit to anything, but I'm happy to work with the mayor. I don't know if I'm cutting out or not. I'm getting messages that my internet's not working. But I'm happy to go and participate with them and negotiate and come back with terms that ultimately this committee would bless to send to the full commission.
You did cut out there just a little bit, but I think we all understood the gist of what you said. And if there's no further questions or comments from the commission, I think that's where we would take this, just with the number that was thrown out there and some of these questions and concerns about HVAC and painting and things of that nature. Let them think on that, and then bring their concerns, questions, and comments back to the next committee meeting and whatever their issues may be, so that we can kind of have those to see what it may take for us to get into the realm that they want it to be. So,
Chairman Grindstaff,
sorry.
do you think it'd be good to start off maybe at halfway if we're looking at our lowest point of being 250 possibly? Because if we start off at 250 as our comeback, they're going to come back lower than that. I mean, would we settle at 250 a square foot? I mean, if we are, maybe we should start off at half the rent. It'd be like $3 and something a square foot.
That's up to the, of course, I think you go back into that, and I just saw Josh's picture come on the screen. So, but I think you go back into what Josh was talking about of, giving them numbers that we can't necessarily tell ourselves or tell them that we can do or can't do. And Josh wants to talk, so I'll let Josh talk.
Well, I would say, I think obviously this is a public meeting, and any one of them that wants to see it can watch it later if they know what your bottom line is. That kind of takes the sting out of the ability to negotiate. But I think you could give some leeway for the mayor or the mayor and I to try and negotiate with them and come back to you all with it, rather than trying to go back and forth over a period of months. This body, you all meet once a month, full commission meets once a month. The thing runs out June 30th. So I don't think we can get it bogged down in 3 or 4 months of back and forth if we're going to secure them staying. And I think you got two sides here. One side wants to keep them, one side wants to stay. So it's just a matter of getting reasonable terms, and we can't delay it month after month.
Chairman Grindstaff.
Yes, sir.
I would also like to see a list of the proposed new course offerings, continuing education, enrichment, whatever they were alluding to in statements that were made earlier in the meeting, what we might get with their remaining in place.
Yes, sir. I agree, and I think that's some of that when the mayor discusses and see what they can just kind of bring back to us as I won't say terms, but where we can try to all meet in the middle. I think that we've discussed this and discussed this and discussed this. I think that we've come across our numbers. We know the numbers that are out there. They're asking for $10,000. They're currently paying $177,000. That's quite a substantial drop. You go into per footage costs, that's, they're paying $6.38 a square foot. We obviously, we'd like to, of course, get that. However, we feel that that's quite a bit of money for what they are getting. And we know that it needs to be more than we would like it to be. We want it to be more than $10,000 a year, based on what we know that we can give them and provide to them in this building and hopefully in the upcoming project. So, I mean, I don't, we're not going to necessarily take I guess the best way, not necessarily going to take a motion to do a set price, but I think that gives both the mayor and the attorney, a range that we feel that we need to be at, somewhere in the, when Commissioner Holden gave these numbers, she gave the number of $5 was the start, and then was willing to offer them a cut based on, not a cut, but a reduced amount based on, keeping them here, good faith efforts of us moving this project forward, and things of that nature. So, I mean, I think that somewhere around those two figures is where we would really like to be.
Chairman, something else to think about is if they come back at $60,000 for an entire year, that's over $110,000 of lost revenue, which is about a penny and a third on the tax rate that we'll have to account for in a very tight budget already.
Well, I think that I won't say my opinion. My opinion is I think we're going to have to account for some loss of revenue off of this contract to begin with, based on the initial numbers that they've come back with. I don't think that we're going to, nor do we feel comfortable in offering them the same contract as what they currently have. I know that based on the necessary work and things that they're up there, and the fact that the amount of money that they have been paying, I don't necessarily feel comfortable offering them that amount of money per square foot. But I do think that we were to meet closer to the middle than what they've offered. So, anybody else?
Chairman, I will reach out to Dr. Bullock and with the help of county attorney and try to negotiate a little more clear, more reasonable offer and see where we can go from there, and report possibly with her or myself to the committee next month, if that's how the committee's will. Or I could just say, hey, did you guys leave a zero off that $10,000? I mean, could go okay. Travis and I mentioned there might have been a zero just left off, and we may be all right.
When you do talk with them, like I said, I know I keep coming back to the roof, but please ask them about the roof.
Okay. I have it in my notes.
Thank you. Any other comments or anything about that proposal or that question proposal? All right. Seeing no other comments on that, really that takes us out of old business, takes us to commissioner comments. If any of the commissioners have any questions or concerns that they would like to address about building your grounds, or well, really just building your grounds.
Chairman Grindstaff,
Ma'am.
was Commissioner James saying that we need to make a move on the jail building this evening?
No. What he had alluded to was, I'm sure that you all have driven by and have seen the detention center, the jail building. It's 5 stories and very, very tall, and probably the tallest building in Carter County. The outside of that building, if you're looking at it, especially from the East Elk Avenue area towards the jail, you may have noticed that it looks, you've got basically black runoff that's up towards the top. It's molding and mildewing, and that's just the nature of the material that they put on the outside of that building. The sheriff had asked the trustees to do cleaning, and then they have on several different occasions of that building. And of course, there are certain areas, you know, you're either going to get to the point where you either have to have a lift truck or a lift of some sort, or you're going to suspend people off the roof of the jail. And I don't think anybody feels that it would be appropriate for trustees to do either one of those items. He had mentioned it. He had mentioned it, and I had forgotten that come this spring, this summer, that was definitely something that needed to take place. It needed to be cleaned. It would have to be pressure washed. There's a possibility that it would have to be repainted, depending on how that takes to being pressure washed and cleaned. And that was something that was just not, the funds were just not available in the budget, in his budget, to be able to do so at the time, and that he would need some assistance to move forward with that. And that, you know, proposals would have to be that would have to be put out for bid and have a company come and do that would not be something that the trustees could do. So I had stated that I felt that would be appropriate for them to go ahead and get an idea of how much that would cost, what we were looking at ending up having to do with that, whether that's pressure wash that or paint that or both, and get those estimates back to the committee so that we could discuss and ultimately decide what needs to be done. Because we don't have any numbers to work off of per chance, and they're going to have to get us some numbers so that we can move forward with that. So, but
Okay.
that is what he had stated, or what he was talking about.
So do you need a motion to allow the sheriff to start getting numbers like that? Or where do we need to go to move this forward?
No, I think that the next step is just to have those numbers obtained, and just have those presented. I think that this is something that the sheriff's office can handle as far as getting the amounts. It's just the actual being able to, the cost and or the, contracting that out would have to come through the committee. So I don't think that the committee actually needs to take any action on it as of right now until we have some costs or some proposals on what's going to be needing to be done to that. Drive it. Is it Drive It, Brad? Is that what it's called?
Yeah.
Thank you. That was driving me crazy.
Yeah, it's a synthetic. I'd say once they do a pressure wash off of it, that being the material that it is and no older than it is, you may not have any problems at all unless there's damage somewhere around those scuppers up there around the roof where the biggest part of it is coming from.
Right. And, of course, that's not the material they probably should have used on the outside of the detention center to make it more difficult, but they did. So, but no, I don't think that there's anything needs to be done by the committee at this point. It would be a matter of them going ahead and getting those costs and bringing those to the committee for consideration, and ultimately budget committee for their consideration in however format that may look. So.
Okay, thanks.
Anybody else?
Chairman Grindstaff,
Yes.
I've asked this in every meeting, so I'm going to continue. Can somebody give me another update on the chamber building, please?
I'm meeting with City Manager Estes Thursday at 2:30 for that discussion.
Is that discussion concerning possible purchase price?
Correct. I think there's been some preliminary discussion. They may be interested in a long-term lease at a low amount, or another option is for the county to purchase. But once again, we don't know the situation of that building. We'd have to get someone in to look at the structural stability of it.
Is that something we would need to move forward with maybe after your meeting, just to have an idea for next month?
That's at the committee's will, however they want to proceed. I will have more information after we meet on Thursday.
Okay, well, I don't see any reason why we, I guess, can't wait till next month with that update.
All right. Anybody else? Seeing none, I'll open the floor for adjournment.
Motion to adjourn.
I'll second.
Motion by Commissioner Holdren, second by Commissioner Jenkins. Ma'am, if you will, please call the roll.
Randall Jenkins,
Yes.
Mike Hill,
Yes.
Robert Acuff,
Yes.
Brad Johnson,
Yes.
Thomas Profit,
Yes.
Ginger Holdren,
Yes.
Daniel McInturf,
Yes.
Isaiah Grindstaff.
Yes. All ayes. We stand adjourned. Now I yield the floor.
Dr. Acuff, do you want to go? Do you want me to go ahead and go?
You can go. That's fine with me. I bring up the rear.
Okay. So I'll go ahead and call rules and bylaws to order. Roll call is the same. I'll do a motion to approve the agenda. One thing on the agenda I need to add to last January's minutes for approval. I kind of rushed through last month and forgot to approve those. So approval of the agenda.
I make a motion to approve the agenda.
Second, Acuff.
Motion and second. Any discussion? Seeing none, call the roll, please.
Randall Jenkins,
Yes.
Mike Hill,
Yes.
Robert Acuff,
Yes.
Brad Johnson,
Yes.
Thomas Profit,
Yes.
Ginger Holdren,
Yes.
Daniel McInturf,
Yes.
Isaiah Grindstaff.
Yes.
Motion passes. So we'll do approval for January minutes first. So I'll open the floor for that.
I'll make that motion to approve those.
Do we have a second? Got a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, please call the roll.
Randall Jenkins,
Yes.
Mike Hill,
Yes.
Robert Acuff,
Yes.
Brad Johnson,
Yes.
Thomas Profit,
Yes.
Ginger Holdren,
Yes.
Daniel McInturf,
Yes.
Isaiah Grindstaff.
Yes.
All right, motion passes. Now we'll do approval of February minutes.
So moved. Acuff first.
Thank you, sir. A second on that?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Profit. Any discussion? Seeing none, please call the roll.
Randall Jenkins,
Yes.
Mike Hill,
Yes.
Robert Acuff,
Yes, ma'am.
Brad Johnson,
Yes.
Thomas Profit,
Yes.
Ginger Holdren,
Yes.
Daniel McInturf,
Yes.
Isaiah Grindstaff.
Yes.
All right, all ayes. Any public comments? I don't see any public on here. So I'll move on.
Randall, we lost you.
Oh, I'm sorry. I accidentally muted myself. Sorry. So I have the only new business I have is a consideration for a new policy for the county employees. I sent that right before the meeting. I do apologize, but it was kind of late notice on my end with the county attorney. So if everybody hasn't had time to read over that, we can definitely look at it throughout the month and come back to it and with any concerns or comments on it. Is that what you guys want to do?
I'd like to get it through this committee so that we can bring it to the full floor. I think it needs to go into effect as soon as possible.
I do too.
So I make a motion to accept it as written.
Okay. Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
All right, so we have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
Chairman Jenkins, I would like to hear the county attorney's take on this, please.
Absolutely.
Okay, I think it'd be better if I leave my camera off with my tenuous connection here, so maybe I won't freeze up. Like Mr. Jenkins said, it was kind of late. I think he told me on Friday afternoon that he wanted me to put this together. So what I did was try to find a bunch of information as much as I could, along with the normal legal research I would have done about the legality of it, but just to look at other examples from other cities and counties in Tennessee. And I will say that sometimes it's easy to forget that the county is a government, so we can't necessarily have policies in the same way that a private company would have. When you're a county government, and for example, you're asking for, as one time it came up before, blood samples or random blood tests for employees. Well, that's all well and good if you're Walmart, but if you're the county government, that's a search, and that's a search by the government, and you have to have a warrant for that. So in this situation, we're a county government seeking to restrict speech, which is harder to do than it would be for Walmart or someone else. So I looked at that in various ways and looked at other policies and tried to put together something comprehensive that I think is legally defensible for a policy. But bear in mind, just like anything else, nothing is beyond reproach or beyond challenge. And if it came down to a specific instance of someone losing their job over violation of this policy or any policy, that can be challenged. So I will say that I did the best I could in the time frame I had to put together something fairly comprehensive, and what apparently has been working in other places. And it does attempt to formalize a countywide policy. And there again, we have the same kind of shortfalls that we normally have in regard to controlling individual office holders and the employees of that office. If they decide they don't like this policy, or they can adopt their own policies. But it is an attempt to have a blanket countywide policy that would have some teeth for violations.
So Attorney Harden, who as Commissioner Johnson usually asks this question, who's going to police this?
Well, it would be in the county employee handbook and added to it, but just like any other employment policy, I mean, it's going to have to be enforced by the individual office holders who have the authority to hire and fire their employees.
So I haven't had an opportunity to read all through this, so you don't think it's going to prohibit or inhibit someone exercising their First Amendment rights?
Well, that is certainly not my intent, and not the intent of the policy. it's written in a way that certainly doesn't purport to inhibit someone's First Amendment rights to their own opinions. It's just that sometimes, you can't have a radical opinion or make radical statements and think those statements won't affect you in your employment. You can't, in other words, you can't just punch the clock and do whatever you like to do and expect that to have no repercussions in your employment life. So to the extent that we can control that, that's what this policy attempts to do. And certainly anyone who, like I said, was disciplined or terminated could attack the policy and the actions that are taken, and only a judge can decide those things. I can't, neither can the commissioner or any of the office holders. But this is an attempt at a policy that would try to address flagrant issues.
So what websites would this be imposed upon? Because the county only has one, cartercountytn.gov, that it actually.
Right. Well, the policy itself, like I said, it extends to any post on any site, regardless of whether it's maintained or controlled by Carter County. But the goal is to formalize the control of any sites that are purporting to be sites of Carter County, and those sites or pages or posts would have to be explicitly approved and monitored by the elected office holders or the department heads or whoever's in charge of the particular page. And there's more pages than you might think. I mean, we do have just the Carter County website, and we have the Carter County Facebook page. But the sheriff's office has pages. The circuit court clerk has a page. The animal shelter has a page. All the different departments, can have pages or sites now. And this is trying to formalize a centralized control over those things and what goes on them and who has the right to put things on them. And then there's a part of it that certainly applies to any social media posts by employees who are not at work or who are, posting on Twitter or Facebook or whatever about county issues just on that site in general, and certain types of posts and certain types of language that this is trying to govern.
Attorney Arden, Brad Johnson. Is that anything different than what's already printed in the employee handbook on 7.0 and 7.1, which is the conduct and work rules for our employees?
Well, it tries to incorporate those things, certainly, but of course, those things are, this certainly expands that into the code of conduct for the employees and the kind of things, frankly, some of it is setting forth what is, actionable things for slander or libel now that individuals could pursue. But it formalizes a policy, because right now we have really nothing specifically about social media or the website. What we have in the county handbook was drafted a long time ago before any of that stuff came into prominence. But yeah, there are some components of the current handbook, the work rules, and the that you're referring to are things that people can't do, especially on the clock working. But this is branching out a little bit into private behavior that reflects on the county.
Okay, for watching over them, as far as I'm going to say an office holder, does that include every one of our directors? Because they're not elected officials, they're in the supervisory capacity. Some may or may not have right to hire and fire, or they don't come under an office head if they are governed by a committee.
Right. Yes, it's intended to apply to those who. I'm sorry, am I freezing up or is that?
We can hear you.
You're
okay.
fine.
Sorry, it's intended to apply to office holders and department heads. And yes, we have in our county some individuals that answer to a committee, and that's the way it's set up. The county commission itself doesn't hire and fire anyone. There's very limited statutory authority for the county commission to hire someone. It's it's set up to where an elected official has an office, or the county creates an office and the supervision of that office, and those folks have the ability to manage those employees and hire and fire. And those are the individuals who would have to be making these ultimate decisions. And that's as far as the county legislative body authority goes. We were required by law to have basic personnel policies that cover things like leave and harassment and the kind of things that are in our policy. We can't go to an extent in each office, and each office has the ability to adopt their own policies and more specified policies. Nobody ever has, except for, I think, the sheriff's office, and they haven't been drastically different. But those individual decisions and the control of this are going to have to be with those department heads, the committees that manage folks, the department heads that are not elected, and the elected officials. I mean, that's who controls the employees and has the ability to hire and fire.
But my reasoning for questioning that, and you and I have had conversation previously about this, that we have some that are county employees that is under the board, but there's no, they can come under as an employee under our employee handbook, but that board has the right to hire and fire. That means that they've got some out there that really don't come under these policies.
Well, it's true. Like I said, as far as the county commission can go, is adopting blanket personnel policies, but individual office holders can opt out or have their own policies. We're not set up, like the city, for example, who, basically everybody answers to the city manager, and they can have one kind of head. We've got separate elected officials who are autonomous in their own office and control their people. And there are situations like, the landfill director was formerly under the mayor, and that was taken away. The animal shelter director was under the mayor, and that was taken away. And in doing so, we adopted these committee approaches to management of those offices, and that's who controls it. We took authority away from the county mayor and gave it to those folks. So yes, like specifically with regard to the animal shelter director is under the operating agreement we have, hired and fired by that committee. But she is a county employee that falls under the county employee handbook. And it's not an ideal situation, but I've had those conversations with folks, and the county commission can adopt the policies and recommend action based on violation of those policies, but they have to be carried out by the body or the individual with authority to do it.
Any other questions?
I guess the only other concerns that I have, Attorney Harden, are, let me find I think it's item 2H. And you look at H1, publishing or posting false information that harms the reputation of another person, group, or organization, called defamation. What if an individual or a website, landfill, animal shelter, publishes what is factual and is in the public domain of what occurred at a commission meeting or a landfill or animal shelter meeting? And who determines if that is false information?
Right. Well, I mean, obviously, the person enforcing the policy is going to have to be able to justify that it was false information, and certainly posting, public record items of votes in the commission or statements that were made in a public meeting that anybody can watch. I mean, those are obviously not false. And they're to be actionable for defamation in particular, and generally it requires a knowing false statement. There has to be some intent there to mislead or provide false information. So certainly posting commission votes, for example, is not false and could not be false, and could not be acted upon under this policy.
So then to advertise such thing like that, once again, Mr. Harden, under what is that, the Tennessee Information Act, by doing that as a county employee without authorization, be violation of that?
Right, and that's in the policy here too, that, certainly to speak on behalf of the county or release public information. I mean, we have a policy for that we have a public records policy. A request is made, it's filtered to the appropriate individuals, and the materials are produced. And that's the way that the official release of information from the county is supposed to happen. But like I just said, I mean, on someone's, at least on their private time, posting what happened in a public meeting is not actionable as defamation or slander, if that's indeed what it is. So there's a fine line there between are they releasing the official government documents, or are they just stating what the votes were in a meeting, and those are two separate things.
I'd like to say one thing right quick. Josh, thank you for putting this together so quick. I labored over it before I sent it to you, and gave it a lot of thought. And I thought this, we talk all the time about running the county like a business. And, I hear it quite often, like, the county sometimes gets to be a laughing stock. We get laughed at across the state and stuff like that. And, if we treat this like a business, we start holding our employees accountable for certain actions, and we come together. This is nothing more than a policy and holding employees accountable if they do. And if they don't, they don't have nothing to worry about. I do this every day. I've never, not one time had to fire anybody at my job over this. Now I've had to have talks with them, about stuff that they've posted, and then they realized, oh, well, I probably shouldn't have done that. But, that's where I was coming from with this. I hope you guys can see it as level-headed as I was looking at it.
Chairman Jenkins.
Yes, sir.
I can definitely say that the city, my employer, does have a social media policy, and my boss is on here right now. I'm not going to ask him to speak, but I know that I am going to be held responsible for my actions if I badmouth my employer or badmouth my elected officials. There's going to be a price to pay. I don't know what that price is. I've got a pretty good idea, but if we've all signed that policy, we know the consequences if we do that.
So Attorney Harden, another question. Obviously, as you have stated, this would fall under the jurisdiction of elected officials and department heads or committees, of which have jurisdiction over certain departments within the county. How is this going to happen? Is it going to be, let's say, county commissioner doesn't like what was posted or given out as fact on a particular web page, and they're going to reach out to the committee, the director, the elected official, and lodge the complaint?
Well, I think that can be the way that it happens. I mean, if it were me looking into something, I would want someone to make a formal written complaint and state what the complaint is, so I could look into it. But yeah, I mean, ultimately, it's those who supervise the employees in their office, and if they're made aware of a problem, then it's their duty to investigate and to take action as the policy would allow, and that's what it's going to have to be. I mean, and whether or not they think the complaint has merit or bears any action is going to have to be up to them. We can't have, it's just not within the purview of the county commission to take action as a body on enforcing employment policies in the individual offices. It's just not.
Well, sir, I think that needs to be a part of this policy on how it's going to be adjudicated. Because I can tell you right now, that's not in here. And for that reason, I can't vote for it because of the fact that there's no way that this is outlined on what you do with that complaint.
Yeah, it's the same as any other employment policy in the handbook. I mean, we don't, send out instructions. It's a policy that the office holder is supposed to understand and enforce. And certainly anybody who has a complaint about it is going to have to alert the person who can take action on it. And by all means, that there may be holes in this thing, and don't, I don't take any offense to problems that there are. This was intended to be a working draft that I basically put together today. So, I mean, certainly there are room for improvement. We could add a specific section in there if you wanted about the reporting procedure. But I mean, I think it's just pretty self-explanatory that the folks who have the ability to enforce it would have to investigate, and the only way they're going to know there's a problem is if somebody tells them. And I don't think it takes any kind of vote or anything by the commission. If somebody, a member of the public or a commissioner or whoever has a problem with something that an employee did on social media, then they're going to have to report it to that person's supervisor. And that's the only way I know it could work.
Well, what does this leave the employee recourse if somebody brings that complaint and the employee said, that's not right, what they've written down here. I just posted what the video of the commission, made no comments about it. Who's going to be the individual that represents the employee? Are you going to step into that role and use, be their advocate? Or do they need to go outside and hire an attorney?
Yeah,
I think they've been wrong through this process.
Right. It's just like any other employee-employer situation there is. I mean, the employee doesn't have an advocate, and certainly I can't represent him. I represent the county commission. So if any employee is disciplined or terminated and they feel like that was wrong, then they have to seek legal relief. And that is how the system works. I mean, there's we're not going to, I doubt that that we would want to set up some sort of hearing board or something for this. It's typical employer-employee relations. There's a manual, there's a policy, there's guidelines. If you violate them and the employer has proof of that and can show that, then there's repercussions. Certainly with the way the nature of social media in general, I mean, posts can be deleted, things can be removed. So, I mean, I think the person who's lodging the complaint is going to have to be able to show the office holder or the person in charge what the complaint is and the proof of it. Otherwise, you know, it's like vapor that's vanished in the wind and there's no proof of anything.
Right. Well, I'd certainly like to see what the city of Elizabethton has for a policy, as well as some of the municipalities and other counties around us for comparison.
Yeah, and by all means, that's I think it's reasonable to do, and that's what I did. And that's kind of like I said, I didn't reinvent the wheel here, and a lot of this is from those other counties and cities and the sources that I looked at. But you know, if you ask 10 people a question, you'll probably get 10 different answers, and there's different ways to do things, and that don't mean that one's better or one's right or wrong. It just means there's different thoughts on things. So I'm certainly happy to rework this and to incorporate other ideas. You know, this was just my best attempt at a comprehensive policy in the time I had to do it.
Chairman Jenkins,
Yes. Yes, Mayor.
I just want to say, I think this is a great policy. And I know that several of us have been on the receiving end of slanderous behavior, and it's not fun. And if this policy is not supported, then you probably need to ask yourself if you support slanderous behavior to your colleagues, to your friends, to the county government. It's a representation of who we are and where we intend to go. So I just wanted to make that statement. And I hope that this is a recorded meeting, and I do hope many watch it. But like I said, if you've ever been on the receiving end of that type of behavior, you would truly understand how important a policy is like this. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Yes, sir.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Brad Johnson.
Yes, sir.
In conjunction with what the mayor just said, you've put up with it for 6 years. I mean, duh, if there'd been a snake, it bit you a dozen times right in front of your face. Just most recently, I doubt there's been a commissioner sitting on the floor that hadn't been lowered down to the lower buckle because of an employee of this county. Now you think of that, and you have rules already in place to take care of it. Thank you.
Absolutely. Anyone else?
Chair, I'd like for us to have time. I know we've already got a motion on the floor to not only review this a little bit further, but as I said, I would like to see, I agree with Commissioner Johnson. I think we already have some things in employee handbook that would address a lot of this, but I'd like to see what other counties and municipalities are doing.
Do you think that the time in between here and the full commission, because the full commission ultimately is going to have to pass this?
That's correct.
So from here to full commission would give you plenty enough time to do that research, I would think. I mean, it's
right.
just.
And I would imagine that the county attorney's already done some of that. And Josh, if the other documents that you reviewed from other entities, if you could make those available to us, that would be most helpful.
Yes, sir. I'd be happy to. I can get that together tomorrow and email them out to you all so you can see what I looked at. But certainly, I don't disagree with taking time to see what others have done, and that's definitely a prudent approach. And like I said, I don't take any offense to criticism of this document. It was intended as a working draft, and I'll be happy to change it in any way that the commission decides to. But like I said, just keep in mind that the county commission itself is still under some constraints about the enforcement of the policy. We can set the policy in place. And then, we have to depend on, or you all have to depend on those who manage the employees to adequately enforce the policy.
Right, and I appreciate that, and I'm not criticizing you. I think you've done a nice job on what I've read thus far. I just want to make sure that the county commission also knows their role in this. Other than approving this policy, they don't have a role. It falls back to, as you indicated, and as if I'm understanding correctly, elected officials, department heads, or committees that have jurisdiction over a certain department in the county.
That is true. And as I've told other commissioners in the past, I mean, certainly everyone has their individual rights to pursue things, as a individual, if they feel like things go over the line, but there's heightened scrutiny there when you're dealing with a public official and the types of things that are personally actionable. But everybody has that right, and being a commissioner doesn't forfeit it. But this is a truly employer-employee policy that has to be enforced by the folks with the authority to manage the employees.
Thank you, sir.
All right, committee. So are we ready to take a vote? Any other discussion? We have a motion and a second on the floor. If there's nothing else, Quinn, can you call the roll, please?
Randall Jenkins,
Yes.
Mike Hill,
No.
Robert Acuff,
No.
Brad Johnson,
No.
Ms. Prophet,
Yes.
Ginger Holdren,
Yes.
Daniel McInturf,
No.
Isaiah Grindstaff, Isaiah Grindstaff,
He's not on here.
Can you hear me now? For some reason, I've been having a lot of trouble unmuting myself today. But yes.
four yes, four no.
Fail.
I would like, well, I don't know. From the chair's point of view, I would like to know what the no's and the reservations from it so we can move forward. If that's possible, if there's something different that we need to do, let's do it.
Chairman Jenkins.
Yes, sir.
I'll just be honest. The simple fact of me voting no was just because I've not had an opportunity to read the whole entire thing. I don't disagree with anything that's been said at all. The only thing I would ask that be added to it is something about political views. It's been taken to a whole new level here recently about people posting their political views, and I don't believe that it's government's job to control what somebody thinks about politics, so to speak. Now, with that being said, the slander thing, I agree 110%. With more time to read over this, I would more than likely be in yes. That's why I voted no.
Absolutely. But ultimately, this commission just passes it to the full commission, and the full commission passes the final product.
Right, I understand that.
And I've already given my objections, Chairman
Yes,
Jenkins.
sir.
I need
Yes,
more
sir.
information, et cetera.
I appreciate that. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Chair, Brad Johnson, I also, there was just too many questions and too many doubts and too many negatives about the thing that I think that I would like to put in motion that we defer it till next month and we can clear all of them up and then give all of our commissioners time to read and digest this thing.
I'd second that. Acuff first.
That's a motion and a second on the floor. Any discussion? All right, Gwen, call the roll, please.
Motion was to defer till next month.
Yes, ma'am.
Randall Jenkins,
Yes.
Mike Hill,
Yes.
Robert Acuff,
Yes.
Brad Johnson,
Yes.
Thomas Prophet,
Yes.
Ginger Holdren,
Yes.
Daniel McIntyre,
Yes.
Isaiah Grandstaff.
Yes.
Thank you, guys. I won't take up too much more of your time this evening. The only other thing I have is old business. The census info. I think I'm pretty sure either Abby sent out the email or I forwarded it. But right now we're looking at September, and actually they said the end of September before they released the census info. So once again, we've got pushed back again. So no luck on that, but we'll just keep on looking for the info to come. Other than that, I'll open up the floor for adjournment unless there's any commissioner comments.
Move
make
to
a motion.
adjourn. Acuff first, sorry. Sorry, Thomas.
Acuff made the motion, and Thomas second, right?
Yes.
To
Yes.
adjourn?
Thomas Prophet did.
All right. Gwen?
Randall Jenkins,
Yes.
Mike Hill,
Yes.
Robert Acuff,
Yes.
Brad Johnson,
Yes.
Thomas Prophet,
Yes.
Ginger Holdren,
Yes.
Daniel McIntyre,
Yes.
Isaiah Grandstaff.
Yes.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, sir. I'll try to be as expeditious as possible. I know this is waxing and waning on, but I'll call to order the Health and Welfare Committee. We'll operate from the previous roll call votes that have been taken. And before we approve the agenda, I just need to add between item 3 and 4, the approval of minutes for January and February of 2021, which have been in our packet, and we'll take that as a single motion. I apologize for getting my attachments mixed up, but each of you should have the correct agenda before you. So with that being said, I'll take a motion to approve the agenda as amended.
Motion to approve is amended. Mike Hill.
Thank you.
Second.
A motion made by Commissioner Hill, seconded by Commissioner Holdren to approve the agenda. Gwen, will you please call the roll?
Randall Jenkins,
Yes.
Mike Hill,
Yes.
Robert Acuff,
Yes.
Brad Johnson,
Yes.
Thomas Prophet,
Yes.
Ginger Holdren,
Yes.
Daniel McIntyre,
Yes.
Isaiah Grandstaff.
Yes.
Thank you. That was unanimous. Next item is to approve the minutes for the January and February 2021 Health and Welfare Committee meeting. So I'll take a motion to approve those minutes.
Motion to approve.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Prophet, for the second. Is there any edits or corrections? Hearing none, Gwen, please call the roll for the approval of the minutes for January and February 2021.
Randall Jenkins,
Yes.
Mike Hill,
Yes.
Robert Acuff,
Yes.
Brad Johnson,
Yes.
Thomas Prophet,
Yes.
Ginger Holdren,
Yes.
Daniel McIntyre,
Yes.
Isaiah Grandstaff.
Yes.
Thank you, Gwen. That's Unanimous. I appreciate that. Next item is public comment, and as Commissioner Jenkins noted, I don't think there's any public on, so we'll close public comment and go to item 5, which is a resolution declaring Carter County, Tennessee, a sanctuary county for the United States Constitution and Bill of Rights. Little explanation on this before I ask Attorney Harden to comment. I was contacted by William Whitley, who is a constituent of Carter County, all of ours, requesting that we consider becoming a sanctuary county for the United States Constitution and Bill of Rights. And I have agreed with him, and that's why I requested Josh to write this resolution. If you look over the past several months and what's going on in our government, it's really a shame that we have an administration, and this is a political comment, so just get ready for it, administration that's trying to rule by executive fiat. As of today, President Biden has signed into law 52 executive orders. There is no legislation that is coming through the Congress to debate this in any form or fashion. It's just by executive fiat. So I think it would behoove us, just as we did for the Second Amendment last year, becoming a sanctuary county, that we take these two documents very, very seriously. Many of us I know do in this county, and you at this meeting I know do. But I think we need to declare our support and offer up this opportunity to stand behind both the United States Constitution and the 10 amendments thereof that make up the Bill of Rights. Attorney Harden, you want to comment? You wrote this document. I thought it was quite good, and I appreciate your efforts.
Yeah, I'll just say, obviously, it's a symbolic gesture. Obviously, we still live in America for the moment here, and we still expect these documents to be the foundation of our country. But this is a symbolic gesture to say that in Carter County, we do not approve of the way things are going at the federal level now. And it's like I said, it's not a actionable item we can control, but it's a symbolic gesture of support for the founders and the way things were set up to operate.
Okay. Thank you, Attorney Harden. I won't have him read it out. We can read it into the record if the committee does not object at the full commission meeting, assuming it passes our committee tonight. So I would take a motion to approve or deny this particular resolution.
I make a motion, we accept the resolution.
I'll second Isaiah Grindstaff.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner McInturf, for making the motion. Thank you, Commissioner Grindstaff, for seconding the motion. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, Gwen, please call the roll for approval of the resolution.
Randall Jenkins,
Yes.
Mike Hill,
Yes.
Robert Acuff,
Yes.
Brad Johnson,
Yes.
Thomas Profit,
Yes.
Ginger Holgren,
Yes.
Daniel McInturf,
Yes.
Isaiah Grindstaff.
Yes.
Thank you, committee. It is unanimous. Let's move on to item 6, which is broadband internet update. Each of you should have gotten a recent email, and Daniel or Thomas, if you all didn't get this one from Brad Shields, let me know. I'll make sure. I thought you all were in the email chain. I've been adding you into all of these communications, but you should have an email from him, and he is the COO of RidgeLink. And it contains a file, a KMZ file, which maps from the surveys that were distributed to the 2nd, 6th, and 1st districts, or I guess through the whole county. And they've actually mapped all of the potential places for internet. I could not get that file to open. I understand it has a connection with Google Earth or Google Maps, and I haven't pulled down that app to see. So some of you techies, Commissioner Grindstaff, that know much more about these sorts of things than certainly I do, if you have any advice about opening that, it will give us all an opportunity to see what they have mapped out. As each of you know, as I indicated, they have met with Crystal Ivy, who is over the rural broadband program for the state of Tennessee. Feels very confident and comfortable after their discussions. They've already started the pre-engineering for District 6, and they are beginning to position themselves to write grants. They have reached out to several other companies that would possibly provide the some of the technical work and who they would partner with. So I think Skybridge is the one that they want to work with. So that's in the works. And that's pretty much where we are. The only other thing that we possibly should do, and it doesn't have to be done for this commission meeting, but should be done potentially during the budget hearings, is to make sure that we roll over that $600,000 that we asked commission to set aside, which they did, but roll it over to next year's budget. So we'll have some matching money going forward for these particular grants. We'll have to have some of those probably to attract. Brad did indicate to me, Brad Shields, that they are asking SkyBest to also come alongside and contribute. I don't know where that conversation is, but I'll let you know as soon as he lets me know, or I'm sure he'll copy everybody on the email as he has been. So any questions about that?
Chairman Nick F. Johnson, third.
Sir.
Correct me if I'm wrong. At the beginning of all this, it was determined, was it not determined that we could apply basically per district?
Yes, sir.
One whole, right?
Yes, sir. And they wanted to start with Little Milligan area, Elk Mills, District 6, because they had already done some pre-engineering.
Okay.
And then they'll follow up. As you know, they've got a huge fiber trunk that runs through Roan Mountain. So I don't see a real problem with getting them next, and then we'll have to deal with Stony Creek.
Well, what is your take on it? Of course, the federal is sending funds down to the state level. State level's already reported in their budget of what the governor has committed to the state on it. And they've also went to say, you know, that areas like our own should have priority to that. Do we have to wait for an announcement before we submit for the grants, or is this something or a date that they're expected in there?
Right. They're originally we'll handle that. They will submit the grant on our behalf because, as you know, municipalities, counties, county governments can't do that. We have to have the company that's going to provide the service or run the fiber do that. So I do know that Brad said that by probably spring or midsummer, the grants will be due or be ready to be submitted to the governor's rural broadband initiative. And they'll do that by district. And as I said, his conversation with Crystal Ivy and her staff has been very positive. Of course, as you know, we've had a call with her in the past, and she thinks that we fit all the criteria for rural broadband. So we should be in good standing with that.
Yeah, that's what, and I didn't know whether they just posted a date of when submissions to be in, or when it would be available for action out here, or whether it's just, you know, when you get your package done, send it in, period. You know? So, hurry up and wait, you know.
Exactly. So, but yeah, that's where we are on that particular initiative, and I feel pretty positive that with the discussions with Brad and company, Brad Shields and his group, that it's going to be positive. They're working hard for us. So
could we make sure we put broadband by our county attorney's house to where we don't lose him? I mean, you know,
Yeah, well, Stony Creek will probably be the last to get it. So there you go. If there are no other further comments or discussion on that, I'll just give you a quick update on the homeless task force. If you go to the Elizabethton Star today, there is a great article on the meeting of the homeless task force last Thursday. We are looking at becoming a one shop, if you will, for all those in need, called Carter Compassion Center, which would not only include initiatives for the homeless, but those who are seeking to be fed or those that are looking for jobs. We have a number of 501c3s that that are working in this county to do that. Chairman Brandon Young's thought, and I agree with, was to bring those 501c3 groups together so that when somebody shows up at Carter Compassion Center, they can get a number of questions answered, not only if they're homeless, but if they're in need of food or whatever their situation is, in need of a job. We could meet them there with their needs. So I encourage you to look at the Elizabethton Star today and read that article that Ivan Sanders put out there. It's pretty complete. There will be a meeting for all pastors in Carter County. I think it's March the 12th at Valley Forge. There'll be physical distancing. Everybody will be wearing masks, and Brandon will be there along with committee members to address pastors to get them and their churches excited about this concept and get them to participate with the center. Any questions about that? Okay, hearing none. Item 8, we may not be able to fully discuss and implement this tonight, but Commissioner James called me earlier today and asked if we could put this on the health and welfare agenda. Apparently, we've had an individual who is a Carter County employee that had not only been exposed to COVID, but family members had it, but they were still reporting to work. So we probably need to come up with a policy or some direction for county employees that if you've been exposed, let your immediate supervisor know. But if you've got family members, immediate family members with whom you live and they have the virus, you shouldn't be coming to work. I think it puts all of our other employees and our constituents who enter some of these offices at an increased risk, even as we're making advancement on getting people vaccinated. So I don't know if you want to discuss that tonight or we'll bring back a policy in conjunction with discussion with the county attorney. I know that probably tonight is the first time he's heard about this particular issue. And if you want me as chair to sit down and chat with him about what we can do and what we can say, I will do that. So hearing none, I assume that that's what will be done. I'll go to the county attorney and we'll come up with some phraseology and bring it back to the next meeting if there are no objections. Okay. Under old or new business, I don't know any unless there are commissioners' comments that are relevant to the discussion tonight or health and welfare in general.
Chairman Acuff,
Yes,
there's one
sir.
thing I'd like to call attention because it is a part of the health and welfare of our county. Is it was placed out on the text this morning from the mayor's office, congratulating Billy Harrell has been selected as our new EMA, and I'd like to congratulate him. And I think any of you of the committee personnel should, because he's a great young man, and I think he'll handle the job great. Wonderful.
Thank you, Commissioner. Most appropriate. Any others? Hearing none, I'll take the prerogative of personal privilege as the chair and call us adjourned.
Such a powerful shalom.
Shalom. Thank you all. Good night.
Thank you.